ringing in my ear. Jingle bell, a sound that's oh so dear. Frosty the snowman is all around town. Watch out for reindeers are falling down. We stay up waiting for Santa tonight. He climbs down the chimney at the speed of light, while we're dancing around the Christmas tree, hugging and kissing just you and me. Carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before, as they walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day. Oh, a Merry Christmas Day. We're chasing snowflakes as they're falling down, and follow Rudolph all across the town. Later we meet under the mistletoe, while Santa's busy saying ho ho ho. We're feeling jolly, eating Christmas cake, and then we go skating on the frozen lake, saying hi to every friendly face, and later we warm up by the fireplace. Carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before, as they walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day. Merry Christmas Day. A Merry Christmas Day. Oh, yeah.
Yo,
Carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before, as we walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day. Yeah, a Merry Christmas Day.
all right, stop with the Christmas shit. We'll never do that again. Hey, how you guys doing? We're just testing out some of our new compliant chat situations. How's everybody doing? All right, we'll put on a little Latin music while you guys trickle in. While you trickle in. YouTube, you're back. No, I didn't actually ban you, Newspin. Mike made some good arguments. Mike will made it. What's with the Kim Wexler logo? That's not my logo, guys. We're gonna talk about some fools today. Is there an auto link to the Discord? I think if you go exclamation Discord, it'll come up. Oh no, wait a second. They don't get the fucking emotes? We have to fix that. What the hell is going on with fucking Streamlabs? Oh, that's so disappointing. All right, we gotta fix that. I'll try to find a way to fix it. But for now, this is better than nothing, huh? You guys can at least have all your wildest little chats seen. What up, Scream of YouTube? Screamo YouTube? Yeah, we gotta be able to fix this. I know you're here for chat equality. I freed you. Now, we still have to work on civil rights for the YouTube chat, but at least you're freed. You guys are too funny. Yo, 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 what up, what up? You're discriminated against for being black, gay, and for being... It's the worst kind of oppression. Why isn't it picking up all of your chats quickly? That's weird. Wait, what the hell? It's skipping chats. It's skipping it. This is wild. Look, it's skipping it. Pieces of cheese didn't get seen. Why do you have two different colors? This isn't fair. Because it's YouTube with a little bit of kick. Because the one kick viewer needs to have equality too. This is like the gays discriminate against the lesbians. They don't want kick equality. They just want YouTube equality. They don't want kick people to have the same rights. Is it set to top chats only? Oh, let's take a look. It doesn't have a setting for that on Streamlabs. It doesn't have that. Okay, here's one way in which we could have it be better, but it would limit my ability potentially to bring up Twitch chats. I could use the Ninja chat to make the YouTube one look better, but then that would limit my ability to bring up Twitch because I couldn't have the Twitch in the Ninja. We got to fix some things to be clear. Not everything is fixed. You guys ever watch American Dad? I'm okay, not everyone's okay. You clipped me, Chief! Hey, Steve, I'm at the courthouse. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm sorry. Why do you want to get in the Discord so bad, mister? What do you want? YouTube chat got its justice, but when are you going to let me call in the Discord? I don't know what you're talking about, guys. The Discord's open. But we spent all of like yesterday talking to people. And half of you guys are very nice, but you're like, I agree with everything you're saying, but... Or you want to talk about Biden and lose me more subs because everyone doesn't like it when I'm... You know what plays well for your audience? Catering to their every women desire all the time. You don't win any friends by trying to like give a balanced take or cut against the grain of the Democrats sometimes. That's what I've realized. Going middle pleases no one. Everyone hates it. Oh, you donated asking to unban? Wait, what? Ian Weatherford. I forget these things. You guys gotta keep me honest. What's going on with Streamlabs? It's skipping stuff. All right, one sec. Thank you for redeeming your daily retainer fees. Those of you who haven't been doing that, by the way, God help you. Let me go to I'll put it in our mod thing. Yo, I'm alive. Ian Weatherford. What did that dude do? He shows up a lot and he donates. Did he do something really bad? Okay, let's put in there. Ian. Did you watch any of the Marjorie Taylor Greene 60 Minutes? No, I saw maybe a couple tweets about it. That's it. So you agree with me, you're too reactionary? Depends what you mean by reactionary. If by reactionary you mean conservative, then no, I don't think I'm too reactionary. Okay. This is partly a test of the YouTube chat. I'm going to put up some notes for myself. Twitch chat is straight up not working. It is working. It's just people are spamming the retainer fees. I can't help that. I can't do anything about that, folks. They're spamming stuff. right? That's not on me. But the concept is sound, all right? The concept is sound. I might actually, maybe we should make the video player bigger so you guys can actually see what's going. Like y'all don't need to see the Pisco logo or the Pisco, not even the logo. Thank you so much for the sub. So let me write that down as a note too. I don't think we need. I think I'd rather have the video player be bigger. You know? What do you think? Video player be bigger. YouTube chat skips some and no emotes. That said, I like it just seems like I like the background of it. I think maybe a bit bigger. It could be a bit bigger. Too much, yeah. A lot of padding. Maybe just adjust the size a bit. Twitch chat was definitely not working for 10 minutes. Only retainer things were going through. Oh shit. Oh my god. Why did it just go so fast? Did something happen? Thank you so much for the sub on Twitch. All right. No more commentaries. I have the notes I need for my layout. We'll adjust a few things here and there, but the concepts are sound. All the concepts are sound. No one can talk about the concepts. No one can say anything that the concepts are bad. I think I'll start with just going after some clowns. I haven't seen this video, but I was going through Legal Mindset's recent videos because I was like, oh, I wonder what he has to say about the settlement. And then I saw one of the videos was Make America Breed Again. And I'm like, what the hell is this? So I don't know what it's about. I thought this would be a nice icebreaker. It might be like the most boring thing in the world. I don't know like what to expect. Maybe he's like looking at demographic collapse or something. Maybe he like is having children or something. Thank you for the sub. So I don't know what to expect from Legal Mindset, Make America Breed Again. And then after that, we'll have some vegetables. Then we'll take a look at something that Ethan Klein said. Maybe another Legal Mindset thing. But that's the plan. I have some notes for the YouTube stuff. So yeah, let's just take a look at Legal Mindset, Make America Breed Again. I don't know what to expect. This is going to be gross, I'm sure. Just kidding. I like the... What the fuck is that? Is that a Loch Ness monster? Sorry, I'm a pause Andy. I'm a bit of a pause Andy. I like the Kim Wexler logo. I do like that.
Make Americans breed.
What?
Breed again. Today, we're going to talk about an American breeding visa that can fix the birth rate crisis and bring things back from the brink in America and solve also many of the issues that are plaguing the country. Of course, it's legal.
Is he proposing this? Is he actually proposing this? I don't know what he's proposing.
Mindset, we teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney living over here in
I love this Loch Ness monster. It's Loch Ness monster.
Asia, and I hope all of you are having a wonderful day. This is, of course, the Fast Facts version, which is the quick and dirty version of the latest in legal news. If you like this, make sure you like the video and comment below. So let's get into the breeding visa. I have a PowerPoint for you guys.
The breeding visa.
Make Americans breed again. Okay, what's the problem? The problem in America, no babies. No babies. It's a societal problem. It's a problem that is not just America. It's many developing countries. It's many other countries that have very, very similar.
This is true. Massive demographic collapse, identified issue. This is a problem in basically every country, even in the countries that have, I don't know if I would call it breeding. It seems like a bit of loaded language there. Say the age crisis, the aging or fertility crisis. But I never refer to it as such, but yeah, this is a problem. Agreed with this legal mindset. Good analysis.
Problems where their birth rates are dropping fast. And this is a chronic problem for any country, because when you have this,
True.
you're going to have problems in the future with your economy, with your society. It is a massive, massive risk. So the question is, how do you turn this around? And we're
All right,
looking
tell
for
us.
solutions to turn this around and make Americans have families again. Solution.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Solution: get hot, get Asian. I don't know. What's the solution?
Right. And there's a male and female solution here, right? Big for the ladies and for the men. Well, there's a lot of very attractive foreign men and women. And there are American women and American men that would love to go and have, well, some breeding opportunities.
No, dude, what is wrong with you? I mean, you know me, guys. I think that the immigration system is pretty stupid in all of its restrictions. I think that we should be trying to get, high value people in the United States. But I don't like this little look he has on his face.
Opened up to them here today. So we've got, whether you're interested in any flavor of dude, we've got that here. Same for the guys. We've got, we've got the Latin flavor. We've got Eastern Europe. We've got Asia. A lot of places that you can go to explore these new possible breeding opportunities. Now,
Is this a meme? I can't tell.
before you think this is crazy, you're like, Andrew, this is absolutely nuts, right? This is wild. Well, no, Japan is already doing this. Japan already has a visa for future creation of an individual. Doesn't that sound lovely? Doesn't that sound cute?
So we should
future
do it.
creation of an individual, a spouse or child of a future creation individual. So they're already doing this up to 2 years. You're allowed to come to Japan. You're allowed to go there. And you're supposed to be at the same time job hunting, looking for some sort of entrepreneurial job or engage.
Here's a question. I have it on some authority that this guy leans MAGA. Kind of leans. Is that wrong? Someone tell me if I'm wrong. Why go through this whole song and dance about breeding visas and increase paperwork and stuff? You just we have mass amnesty and just make the people who are here have the documents they need to establish families and stuff, and not deporting people who are about to go to their swearing in ceremonies. Just a thought. Maybe the solution, if what you really want is breeding, well, there's a bunch of people right now who are in danger of being sent out of the country. Why don't you just keep them here and let them live their life? And then maybe they'll breed by themselves. Maybe, in fact, they'll meet other people, some who are Americans, and they'll breed.
Engaging in some sort of other activity, right? So you're doing something, you're not doing nothing there, you're not idle, you're not homeless, etc., right? And you have to have certain level of education, right? And you have to be able to support yourself. There has to be money to support them. Now, Japan's program is not perfect. Japan's program does have its flaws. And America, like with California rules, can do everything better. We're taking over their version, we're making it better. And Japan, once again, very advanced country, does a lot of things right, but America can do it better. So let's tell you how I would plan on doing this. And by the way,
sorry,
Americans want this. We've
They
seen
want this.
with Asmongold over here.
Americans want this. Why do Americans want this? What's your... Because Asmongold says it. Asmongold, he says he wants to breed.
Right? Thirsty for Gran. We've seen this.
Thirsty for who?
With people thirsty for the Korean males.
They're thirsty for attractive people. People have always thought that certain celebrities are attractive. Americans want this because Asmund is thirsting over someone.
Celebs over here. So the American thirst is real, 100%. This is absolutely something that Americans are clamoring for. So here's the requirement.
Oh, I can't Who makes PowerPoint slides like this? I can't even look at it. Putrid yellow over brown. What do you guys think? Here's a little tip. Why is the YouTube thing all coming up at once? That is a problem. YouTube chat gets dumped after a while and no one can read it in real time. These motherfuckers. They thought that they were going to get me. The concept is sound, though. Don't ever question the concept. But can you guys even, like, read this shit? I can't even look at it. Piss yellow over fart brown. Ah! Buddy found the worst. And it's all caps. All caps. And no spacing between the... Is this, sorry, I don't know. I'm in a kind of weird mood. It's like old Nintendo graphics. Those are lawyer colors. I didn't know that. Oh, skill I was taught growing up is less is more on PowerPoint slides. Less is more. Diarrhea. It's jarring. It's jarring. Fucking brick of text. All right, let's actually read the text, okay? Oh, yeah, OBS cutting off. My bad. I'll read it for you. Don't worry. Eligible countries. Oh, I should make a note for that as well. The box should be whatever ratio. Was it 16:9? Ratio of full screen. So nothing is cut off. All right. Got it. These are good notes, folks. Wait, I have to watch this one first? What happens if I don't watch that one first? Will something happen? Is that needed context? Do I need to watch this? Oh, God. Muted. This is the prequel? All right. We have a prequel. We're going to watch a prequel. We're going to watch the prequel. Just one second.
For the Clippers, you can clip this. Why Legal Mindset moved to Korea. I have been consistent about this, but people don't pay attention to this. I said right away, I moved to Korea for the food and the women. Two lineups. Now let me go deeper into that, right? Let me go deeper into that. First of all, I said, okay, I want to leave the US. I want to live out abroad. That's one of my goals for life, is to live abroad, or at least have residency abroad, to live in multiple places. That's something I want as a personal goal. I've always wanted that. So I said, look, at this point in my life, I was like 34, 35. I said, I've got to make it happen now, or I'll probably never make it happen. So I said, all right, let's do it. And I was at the perfect point where I'd transitioned to working fully online. I could be wherever I wanted in the world. And COVID was actually an opportunity.
So he moved out because of COVID. What's wrong? So
because this was totally permitted.
He wanted to meet women in Korea?
This is my goal. This is my dream. This is my thing I want to do. And I would encourage everybody to have missions, goals, visions, where you want to be in 5 years, 10 years, whatever. I do that pretty actively, and I reassess those. So I said, look, I want to leave. And I want to, see other places, live in other countries.
That's pretty cool. What's wrong with this?
So I said, look, where will I accept? And everybody's criteria are different. I, for example, don't want to live in a shithole country. Some people are okay with that. I don't judge them for that.
Shithole countries.
At all. Do you want to go to a shithole country? That's fine. You want to live in like
Say
Central African Republic? That's
Whoa, talking shit about Africa. Look at that. This little look. Why is Africa getting some fucking ricochets?
But that's not me. So I said, all right, we're going to go. Europe sucks. I've been to Europe.
Europe sucks. So you've written off Africa and you've written off Europe. I know he said Central African Republic, all right?
There's nowhere in Europe that, except for maybe certain places if they became a little bit nicer in Eastern Europe. But really, there's nowhere that I was like, I'm fully set on Europe. There's a lot of issues with Europe, which have been vindicated because this was 2 years ago.
And there's not a lot of... Issues in Asia.
Before the Russian war. So I said, all right, where would I go that fits my lifestyle? And I'd only been in Japan and Asia. So I said, look, I haven't experienced a lot of Asia, but I know I really love Japan. And I really loved it being there for 2 weeks. So I was there for 2 weeks. I really loved Japan. Here was the problem. It was during COVID. Japan was letting nobody in the country.
I have a friend of mine who
So I said, okay,
who has a job in Japan and like a family in Japan, and he was trying to get back to Japan, and this was his situation during COVID. It was fucked.
where else could I go? Well, I mean, I could go to China. But also, that's not going to happen. It's the fucking CCP. Can you imagine me trying to stream from Shanghai or from Beijing? I would be thrown in a gulag so fast. Or they just cut my internet connection. If they're even allowed to do that. If I was even allowed to stream at all, is what I mean. So China wasn't going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Japan's closed.
Mm-hmm.
So Hong Kong was closed. Singapore was really closed. And I hadn't been to Southeast Asia, so I didn't know how I was going to like it. It turns out recently I did go to Thailand. I really love Thailand. I'm probably going to be doing some business there and maybe using that as a place I am.
Business in Thailand?
Regularly. But so I didn't know about Southeast Asia. I didn't want to take a gamble on it. But I knew I liked Japan. So I'm like, all right, Korea's sort of like Japan. And I had a business opportunity here. So I said, look, I can get a visa there. Japan's fully closed, but Korea's open. I can get into Korea. So I'm going to go to Korea. And what did I say? Food is good. Korean food is delicious.
It is.
And the women, what is their BMI?
Oh my God.
Australia? Is it Canada? Is the US? No, it's much lower. It's much closer to this.
Wait a second.
The reason why I have this poster is to remind you guys that this is the average BMI.
Signature look of superiority.
So that is why I'm here. That's it.
Because women are too fat. I love this. The guy I talked, who was I talking to? Was it Casey? Who was like, all right, that's enough of this. Let's get back to the legal issue, right? Breeding. All right.
Here's my plan.
All right, let's read this. Eligible countries which do not pose a security risk. CIA facts. Okay, the CIA determines does not pose a security risk. Got it. Countries which do not engage in trafficking. CIA. Got it. Requirement for breeding applicant. Can we just say like visa applicant? Why do we have to put breeding as much as possible in in every metric? Health and fitness test. Low BMI. No fatties. No fatties. So if you want to breed with a fatty, sorry, this visa's not for you. Sorry, this is serious. Standard education, at least high school. Verbal English fluency, at least conversational. So you got to speak English. You got to be fit. And you got to have gone to high school. Requirements, isn't this like a kind of like beggars can't be choosers thing? You're saying we need breeders, but we only need the best breeders. But then maybe you're going to encourage people across the world to learn English, to get education, and to get fit so you can qualify. Requirements for American breeder. So breeding applicant and American breeder, those are the terms of art here. Has sufficient income to support breeder 100K plus. And has paid for all existing dependent children. Clean criminal record. So no criminals. No criminals can breed. Travel to country to physically meet the breeder. We have to go fucking meet them in their country?
Again, this is the legal mindset breeding visa. I'm doing not as an April Fool's joke. This is a very real
Very
thing
serious.
and will very much fix this. I've gone through these criteria, and as somebody who's lived abroad, who's dealt with dozens and dozens and dozens
breeders.
of different visa applications and visa types, this is something that's very much in my experience, my personal experience of having to deal with visas. These requirements will 100% work. The admins can pretty much copy paste these and they will work off the base. So
Trump, if you're listening, Meanwhile, people like Nick Fuentes and the American First people, they're all like, no, not the third world. But I guess they have this kind of like exception for Asia, right? But would this apply to... I guess it wouldn't apply to all the bad places, according to them, right?
Let's just go over here and say, okay, what are the eligible countries? Well, countries which do not pose a security risk. So, hello, CIA. How about you wake up? You stop, doing crazy stuff, woke stuff. You stop
Woke stuff?
MK ultraing people, and you go and you actually collect facts on countries.
The woke CIA.
So you go and say which
These people have fucking brain wars, man. Like everything is woke. The CIA, woke CIA? Maybe.
are posing security risks, which are not. So obviously we don't want anywhere where people are at danger or being trafficked. So that's the second one. These countries do not engage in trafficking. Human trafficking.
Aren't you kind of doing like a form of legal trafficking here? I guess it would be authorized or whatever. But what if there were problems between the breeding applicant and the American breeder?
An absolute evil, and anyone caught engaging in human trafficking should be jailed and thrown away for a very, very, very long time. Human trafficking is absolutely evil.
Yeah, it is.
So these things should be shut down right away. Next, this is for the breeding applicant. So we only need fit people in the country. We do not need overweight people.
We don't need fatties.
The problems in America is, and I just came back, is people are still overweight. A lot of people are still overweight. That's not.
Can you believe it? They're still overweight.
Okay. We need a health and fitness test, a low BMI. Now, I know some people are going to say, this is just to get in attractive people. Well, these things tend to be correlated, right? Attractiveness tends to be correlated with better fitness, better health. So, yeah.
So yes, it is.
Yes, you've got to get fit. You've got to get in shape. If you're not.
So some people might be saying, this is just to get in attractive people. Da, 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 da. And yes, attraction is related to health and fitness. Yes. So they'd be right. Those some people, the way he presents it is like, that's absurd. I don't mean that.
To people. Well, these things tend to be BMI. Now, I know some people are going to say, this is just to get in attractive people. Well, these things tend to be correlated, right? Attractiveness tends to be correlated with better fitness, better health. So yes, you've got to get fit. You've got to get in shape. If you're not in shape, it's not going to work. You have to have a standard education.
Why won't it work? Can't you just still breed?
I'm saying at least high school. By high school, you've learned a lot of the important things for your life. You've learned the basic skills. You've learned math. You've got English.
Why does this motherfucker need to explain why high school is important? His audience, like, do they watch these videos? By high school, you've learned a bunch of important things. Like, why does this need to be explained, bro? It's like, we all have enough context to know the virtues of high school, of secondary education.
You got science, you've got all the bedrock that you need to go forward. There isn't really anything that is necessary in university or can't be dealt with by technical training or apprenticeship. And there's a lot of Americans that don't want to go to university now because it's essentially propaganda and they want to go work or they want to do something like cybersecurity.
So now he like got distracted and now he's talking shit about universities.
My friend Ryan's cybersecurity course at Elevate Cyber.
It's a graph. Never mind.
I'll link to that in the description below. With that, people are not wanting to go to actual university. They're wanting to go into some sort of training. They're wanting to go to work, and that's fine. Let's let them do that, and let's let them go outside and find people who are also very similar to them and have the same similar levels. Maybe they've gone out and become YouTubers. Who knows? And the next is a verbal English fluency test. They need to be at least conversational. This is important, right? We don't want people over here that don't have verbal English. I know there's issues with people being dyslexic, and we have to consider that for writing, but your verbal skills need to be on point. You need to be able to communicate. You will not be able to have a...
All right. I mean, I don't know how much more of this I can take. What do you guys think so far? Are you in favor of the breeding requirements? See if there's any other... I just want them to change this. This is getting boring. Oh, shit. Elon? All right, let's make it play. Just a little bit longer. I'm not in favor of of this visa.
Deep, meaningful relationship with somebody, man or woman, it doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to have a deep, meaningful relationship unless you have English fluency and the ability to converse. That is entirely important to fall deeply in love with somebody or have a relationship that lasts. And that's what this program is about. This is not about coming in for a quick green card. This is not about any sort of exploitation. This is about finding people that are going to come over to America, create American babies, create American families, and stay with their partner. That's the important thing. Requirements for the American breeder, though that's the American applicant, right? So I'm putting them in that category. So there's the foreign breeding applicant, and then there's the American. The requirements for the American host, right? So the American host has to have able to
we get
it. Obviously, he's got more than one woman.
Oh, he's Elon pilled.
100% legit.
That's what's going on here.
Relationship for a deeper purpose than just coming into the United States.
He wants to fucking have tons of kids.
I'm not going to limit this. We're not.
Why is this image so high res? And this image, this image is. Who's Justine? Grimes, Ashley Sinclair.
Not going to limit this for Americans
St. Clair.
because we want our Elon super babies, right? We want our Elon super babies. So Elon, obviously, he's got more than one woman here in his life, and this could work with a lady or whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter. We can be equal opportunity. If there's a female Elon out there, that can happen too, right? But we're not limiting this to one because we want all those American super babies.
Oh, so you can breed multiple women. That's the difference here. That's what you guys aren't understanding. Like the K visa and the marriage stuff, that's all like one person. This is like the man or the woman can bring in multiple breeders to breed. Very interesting.
In America. Once again, I think most people will only do one, but hey, let's leave the option open for Americans because they're American. Protect both Americans and foreigners, male and female. Every gender, every person will be protected here, okay?
Every gender?
So this is something that's going to protect everybody. Everybody will be safe. First of all, at
all 5 genders will be protected. Very good.
any time, either party can terminate the visa. So if anybody wants out of this, they
oh
can get
my
out of
God.
This. The only
Wait. So the American breeder can terminate the visa? This sounds like trafficking, man. So now the American breeder, as he's defined that term, can bring in someone to breed and then terminate the visa. What happens to the kid? Does the kid... So we're going to send that kid out or separate it from the mother? I don't know, man. Let's keep listening. I can't read this, so I'm going to just have to listen. It's so putrid yellow. It's unreadable.
thing is, hey, if you're the foreigner coming to U.S., if you terminate this, you do have to go home. You do have to leave. You do have to go home. That's just the way it is. I'm sorry. It sucks, but you got to go home, right? Within 2 years, you have to have a child together. Now, I'm not saying have a marriage because I believe a marriage, and I'm a religious person, a Christian specifically, and I believe marriage is between you and God, and many people believe
marriage is between you and God. I'm pretty sure that's you're missing something there, buddy. Hey, buddy. I marry myself to God. Marriage is between you and God.
Religious person, a Christian specifically, and I believe marriage is between you and God, and many people believe that as well, right? That's a very common belief. You do not necessarily need to go into the eyes of the state to have a kid, right?
You don't have to go into the eyes of the state to have a kid? Didn't you just say it was God, not the state? Isn't marriage between you and God? Does this guy even make any sense when he talks? Or does he just put fast facts, the legal back, and just sell shit to... What doesn't make any sense? It's contradictions.
I get that. We're in a modern era. Things are different and things are changing. Okay. But you got to prove yourself to the country by having a child that literally...
Prove yourself to the state. See, do you understand what, the blatant contradiction right there? So he's like, you don't need to have to prove yourself to the state to have a kid.
As well, right? That's a very common belief. You do not necessarily need to go into the eyes of the state to have a kid, right?
You don't need to go into the eyes of the state to have a kid. But then the immediate sentence after that, he's like, but you have to prove yourself to the state that you had a kid. Is anyone tracking this?
I get that. We're in a modern era. Things are different and things are changing. Okay. But you got to prove yourself to the country by...
So don't prove yourself to the state. Prove yourself to the country that you have a kid. I can't wait. I'm going to check the comments here and see what the top comments are.
having a child that literally gives you something linking you to the country, a reason to stay there, and also a reason to stay with the partner. Because once again, at any time this is terminable, so you've got to stay with that partner. The foreign
You have to stay with that partner?
applicant, the foreign
This will not be abuse at all. This will definitely result in happy relationships, just like the archetype, right? He's already shown you the archetype. This is the archetype of the success. And this is the best situation. And of course, these are very happy relationships where Elon has stayed with the breeder.
ICE agents. We're hiring more ICE agents.
Wait.
With the person that they applied with. This ensures this is for a true romantic purpose and not for a scam.
A true romantic purpose. I thought this wasn't about romance. It was about breeding. So it is about romance.
And this needs to be heavily enforced by ICE agents. We're hiring more ICE agents. Maybe Pokemon.
I love this. I love this. Wait, ICE agents are heavily enforcing whether or not you love your partner. Oh, Jesus. I can't wait to look at the comments. I love it.
That they applied with. This ensures this is for a true romantic purpose and not for a scam.
Oh
and
my God. Pisco aggressive not understanding. He's saying marriage between two people is between them and God. It's stupid. Sure. But Pisco is bad faith here. I'm just clowning on how he's saying it. It's between you and God. I understand you there is. I'm just fucking around. Jesus Christ. You guys sometimes with your shit piss me off. But the other thing is a contradiction about the before the state. So fuck you.
Be heavily enforced by ICE agents. We're hiring more ICE agents. Maybe Pokemon can advertise for ICE again so they are able to get enough agents to actually enforce this. We need way more ICE agents. Foreign breeder must be unmarried abroad. So they've
Unmarried abroad. Why?
got to have no husband, wife, whatever they are, they got to have nobody abroad. So there's nothing abroad, and there's any form of fraud is cause for immediate deportation and possible criminal penalties. So if they're lying about a husband or lying about children, that's not going to work. The American host is not financially responsible for any foreign dependent children. So if you have any
This seems like a wish list for incels. I want a boyfriend-free girl. And if you don't, we'll kick your ass out and charge you.
children abroad, they are not responsible for those. The foreigner has to be up to date on their stuff there. If they're hiding those from you, if they're lying to you, that could also
They're
be
lying
fraud,
about putting out.
right? So they better disclose to you all their situation, whether they're, secretly married or whatever else. They better disclose all that stuff, right? All that stuff better come out, right? Because otherwise they're going back to their country. Cap entry per year. So first you're going to want a pilot program, and then you're going to want to increase it over time. You're going to want to do very in-depth interviews to make sure these people are genuinely romantically in love with each other, and make sure there's no security issues like terrorism, which is what unfortunately happened in the issue with the guardsman, Miss Beckstrom, who passed away in America very, very recently. We don't want anybody who's a terrorist
Trump
coming in.
already
male
signed
or
off on
female.
it.
So we need a very good security vetting of both of these individuals. So Trump's already signed off. I think he's got Melania here. Once again, he understands.
Yeah, Trump got married. Trump got married to a supermodel, and they did their green card and citizenship because of marriage. So anyone who's married a foreigner means you sign off on the breeding visa. He's already signed off.
The ability to go abroad, find somebody, and get married, breed, have kids. I mean, this is something he knows about himself. So in my mind, he's already signed off. And then
In my delusional mind.
Potential money printer. We've got the
Who's this guy, by the way? I always see images of this guy on the right.
Bachelor, the Bachelorette meets 90 Day Fiance. These are all wildly popular shows that make a bunch of money. Guess what? The federal government can run this, and they can make some money off of this. Instead of losing money, feds, you can actually make money and justify yourself. And
How do you make money?
Isn't that crazy? Wouldn't that be good?
How do you make money when you're hiring all these different ICE agents to come and fucking check everyone's little relationship to make sure that they're loving each other and they didn't lie about having sex? How are you going to pay? How do you make money? This sounds like an expense. It sounds like expensive work to check all these visas, to pay for the prisons, to throw in all the lying, cheating boyfriend not free girls that are going to be fraudulently trying to impose themselves on America. How you make money?
If we had this,
Oh, you want to make this a show? Is this guy delusional?
running and they were making money and it paid for the administration paid for itself, wouldn't that be crazy?
There are potentially trillions of dollars.
Well,
in
we
this
could
program.
do that. We got Big Ed over here. So we'll have that breeding version, right? Absolutely.
Breeding version of The Bachelor. The Bachelor. Breeding.
Absolutely hilarious. Great.
And I love the Loch Ness Monster here in the background.
Great comedy, great stuff. It'd be fantastic. Then we're got a pilot program. I would like
Asmund Golden Pilot.
to nominate Asmund Golden
What is this, AI?
Gran. If you from Five Hearts Under One Roof, the actress for
Oh, I guess she's a real person.
Gran. If you haven't seen the love between them,
The love?
absolutely adorable. I love it. So cute. So cute.
Finally got a bit of free time now, huh? Yes. Look at how tense your shoulders are. Can you help me with my stance? I think it's catcher, right? Like help her. It's catch, right? Oh God.
We got to make it happen between these two and see what happens there.
I don't know what to say. I mean, this is just it's pretty wild. I'll check the comments. A+ for thumbnail. It's one of the thumbnails. You can't break up with me or you get deported. Can't wait to see Asmund. Even his own people are kind of like, breeding visas crazy. Are these guys just being horny on Maine? All right, I'm done with this.
Current plan is an absolute disaster as is and needs to be reframed to do it properly if they actually want this thing to succeed. So today we're going to lay out the plan as it appears right now and the better way to successfully do it that's going to survive legal challenges and be the best framework for actually accomplishing the goal. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is a legal mindset we teach you to be your own judge. This is a fast facts version, although it will be a longer one because there's a lot of information to download today. This is a very technical topic because we want to do it right. And I've spent the last couple days, although I've been sick, I spent the last couple days trying to get some details on this so you guys can see exactly how we can get this done. So let's go over to our PP, our PowerPoint we got here on the roadmap for reverse migration. Of course, we have the two guardsmen, Andrew Wolf, who's injured and fighting for his life right now, and Sarah Beckstrom, who sadly passed away. I was praying for both of them, and now I'm praying for the friends and family of both of these individuals. Obviously, a terrible tragedy, which really falls on the fact that there was no screening or minimal screening done for those that were brought in from.
This is just a lie. I mean, there was screening. This guy was like an CIA like operative. And keep in mind, who cleared him for asylum? The Trump administration. Now, I do that as a kind of, internal consistency check. When someone says, oh, some fucking shit happened on Biden's watch, it's Biden's fault. For example, when Russia invaded Ukraine on Biden's term, they do the kind of time correlation equals causation. And now I'm doing that all the time with them using their own standard. But the Trump administration granted him asylum. And the cope for this is, oh, well, he applied for asylum under Biden, or he entered the country under Biden. Yeah, but you gave him asylum. That's a point where you run security checks. People who go, you get your fingerprints, you send them in, and they check you off.
Afghanistan. This is a situation where we need to seriously examine people because we have now blood on our hands from a failure.
We have blood on our
regard.
hands.
And this is something that highly motivated me to make a video. And as I said, guys, from now on, I'm focusing on topics I'm highly motivated on rather than just, you're here.
Like breeding.
Here, there, everyday news. So let's get into this. This is the tweet from Donald Trump,
Unhinged.
which says, even as we progress technologically, immigration policy has eroded those gains and living conditions for many. I will permanently pause migration from all third world countries. And the highlights here are very important. important to pay attention to allow the U.S. system to recover, terminate all the millions of Biden illegal emissions, including those signed by Sleepy Joe Biden's auto pen. I'll remove anyone who is not a net asset to the United States or is incapable of loving our country. End all federal benefits and subsidies to non-citizens of our country. Denaturalize all migrants who undermine, quote-unquote, domestic tranquility. And deport any foreign national who is a public charge, security risk, or non-compatible with Western civilization. These goals will be pursued with the aim of achieving millions of Biden era for. You won't be here for long. Very clear goals here. Number one, permanent pause of all immigration from third world countries, which is undefined. Next is
Okay, he's talking shit about Trump's policy as though the tweet is the policy. Now, give Trump some credit. Trump some credit. He has at least one or two people who interpret his mad ravings into things that take a little bit of shape more than just his particular thoughts that day. So when he goes and says third world countries undefined, his administration has defined it, right? They've implemented rules and identified those third world countries. So don't just go by the tweet, dipshit. Actually go by the policy, what they did. This is like first level thinking. Termination of millions of Biden era admissions under auto pen theory. Can you imagine that? So we're going to terminate everyone's admission as even like, let's say, as like a student visa applicant or as a, for recreational purposes or for just visiting. Now I know those visas extended, whatever. There's no theory of auto pen and that now all of these millions of admissions have been undone by the auto pen fake scandal. That's not even a scandal. These people have nothing in their heads. They think that the admissions that are occurring under U.S. statute, under the INA, are somehow linked to an auto pen, which is a completely legal thing to do to sign fucking documents. As though Biden's auto pen has anything to do with the DHS, CBP admitting people into the country or for purposes of visa, adjustments of status, that kind of visa applications, as though Biden's auto pen has any effect on that. Denaturalization of naturalized citizens who undermine domestic tranquility or are non-compatible with Western civilization. This is a concept that will become relevant today as we do our little debunking part of the stream in a second. And deportation of immigrants deemed non-net asset or public charges. We already have certain requirements for public charge to even get certain of these visas. Ending federal benefits for all non-citizens. All non-citizens. Ending all federal benefits. These guys want to blame everything on immigrants. It's actually pathetic. So right now, after Trump has put in his disastrous tariffs, his disastrous economic policies, we're having reports, rumblings, that layoffs are like at an all-time high, or at least in a recent time high. People are getting fired. Economy's shrinking. Prices going up. Predictably, because we all fucking told you this shit was going to happen. Shit was going to pop off if you elected this dipshit to run the country's economy. And what they have concluded is triple, quadruple down on fucking with non-citizens. It is the most pathetic self-own I have ever seen. That they tariffed themselves. Our country did the equivalent of fucking Brexit for the Brexit people. If you're from UK, raise your hand up. You know what this is like. You took your fucking hand out, you aimed a pistol at it, you shot yourself in the head, and then you shot yourself in both legs. And you're still blaming immigrants. Like it's their fucking fault. And so you want to take the last 0.0005% of the federal budget that goes to, I don't know, giving some food stamp benefits to green card holders or something, or helping have access to some federal loans, maybe in some cases for green card holders, and you just want to fuck with them again, as though that's the problem with the economy. And all of the fucking MAGA supporters, they all buy this shit. It is the most predictable thing. I know it's cliche to cite The Big Short all the time, and that the character, the Steve Carell character who says all that stuff, but it really just is a known playbook. Whenever there's a problem in the country, you just can reliably count on dipshits to buy into demagoguery that blames immigrants for all their problems. It's actually disgusting stupidity. So let's get into now the thing I want to talk to you guys about. And just so you are aware, I kind of want to clip this next part out, because I think it's a serious issue that we have of these spreading bullshit arguments. Maybe I can even pull this up to, because I added Charlie Kirk at one point. Hang on, just give me a second. So you guys can see how this shit spreads. How the fuck this shit spreads. Give me a sec. These people are dipshits. Charlie Kirk especially. Charlie Kirk especially. Wait, what if I do... I can't do this anymore because rest in peace. One sec. All right. So Charlie Kirk was a very deceitful, stupid bastard. Didn't know shit and spread lies constantly. Demagogue. He shouldn't have been killed, but fuck Charlie Kirk. And some time ago, I noticed that he tweeted this. This is March. He said, birthright citizenship is court-created lie. If you're an illegal and have a baby on American soil, your child is not magically American. Magically American. They are subject to the jurisdiction of a foreign government, as is the mother. The framers of the 14th Amendment knew this and found it obvious. The amendment was explicitly written to make citizens of freed slaves after the Civil War, not to create anchor babies. In fact, the 14th Amendment didn't even make citizens of Native Americans because they, typo, owed allegiance to tribal nations. They didn't become citizens until the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924. We should never reward breaking our laws with automatic American citizenship. It is well past time to set this right. So presumably, hang on, I'm going to start over. Presumably, some of you people have seen Charlie Kirk. Fuck. All right. Whenever I think that I'm like doing a fucking script, I'll clam up and I won't be able to fucking talk. That part was fine. So I just need to start from here. All right. You haven't seen Charlie Kirk around. Presumably, you guys have seen this quote being offered by a bunch of people to claim that the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment, which gives birthright citizenship to persons born in the country, except those who are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, they put this quote to have some defense for the proposition that illegal immigrants, their term, not a term found in the INA, that the children of such individuals are not, quote, subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and are therefore not citizens of the United States when they're born. And what they do is they go to this quote from one of the drafters or the persons who helped draft the 14th Amendment, Mr. Howard. This is Jacob M. Howard. And they claim by looking at this quote that their interpretation is correct. And the quote is as follows. This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States, but will include every other class of persons. It settles the great question of citizenship and removes all doubt as to what persons are or are not citizens of the United States. And so it goes. They claim persons born in the United States who are foreigners, and foreigners is one of those categories. Aliens, that's a second category. Or maybe who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States. Maybe that's a third category, or maybe that clause only applies to aliens and not to foreigners. But there's a lot of problems with this quote, and I'll let you know that Charlie Kirk responded to this. And this is maybe one of our only interactions. And then he didn't follow up with an actual debate when I offered it. So this occurred. But let me give you the rundown of why this is the stupidest thing in the world. The first issue with using this quote to cabin the language of the 14th Amendment. And just as a refresher, why don't we go to the actual language of the 14th Amendment? All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. This is the proviso, this is the clause that limits who gets to benefit from this, right? Because this is, by its terms, geographical in nature. All persons are more than just citizens, born or naturalized in the United States. It doesn't say who are children of citizens already, who are children of people who are here legally, who are not children of people who are born here illegally, or I don't know, people who are brought here illegally or who don't have legitimate status under U.S. law, right? So it's unqualified except to the extent to which those individuals are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. And there is an affirmative case for why you should read this a particular way, namely as incorporating the English common law rule, which is an ancient rule about birthright citizenship. And that common law, which was not created by the 14th Amendment. It's not like this a doctrine of birthright citizenship was created by the 14th Amendment. It was incorporated in this English common law rule, which had notable exceptions, namely those who weren't subject to like the king's law, who didn't, in other words, have to be obeying like the king's law. They didn't have allegiance to the king in that sense. But it's not the sense of like loyalty as we understand it. It's a sense of, are you a member of a foreign country's diplomatic service? Or are you a member of an occupying military force? Those were the two main exceptions, were diplomatic exceptions, diplomatic immunity, right? You're not subject to jurisdiction. Or if you're literally part of an invading army. And again, we had a conversation the other day about why invaders doesn't include, these different layered definitions of invasion that have come afterwards that are mapping onto priors about following U.S. immigration law. And that invasion in the context of the English common law was not like traveling people coming into the border or whatever. It was literally armies marching into your land to take the land, to engage in like military conflict on your land and to occupy it. That's what was meant by the English common law. So there's a reason already to reject the framework because it doesn't include, if you look at the English common law, some notion of legal status. And of course, the U.S. Immigration law, to the extent that it existed, did not have any restrictive immigration laws until 1875 with the Page Act. First restrictive immigration law on the books, and the 14th Amendment was passed in 1868. So you already know that, right? But there's additional reason why you should reject it. The first is doctrinal. And that is, we are told under the current ideological jurisprudential philosophy of the Supreme Court to put less of an emphasis on legislative history. So this is just before we even get into this, we are told that the individual statements of drafters, of committees that are in charge with creating a document, that their interpretation of a particular text is not binding. And the logic goes, it would be anti-democratic for that to happen. Because the only thing that people vote on, right, this provision of the 14th Amendment, was ratified by many different states, including Congress, right? And so what matters, what's controlling, isn't the statements of few members of committees or Congress. It's the public meaning of the text as understood at the time. That is the view of at least many conservatives, and I would say now at this point, the vast majority of conservative judicial philosophers and their judges and members of the Federal Society, they buy into this original public meaning philosophy. And that tells us, discount legislative history. It wasn't the text that was actually enacted. And so that's the first objection is, why do we care? We should be looking at what the original public meaning of those terms were. That's what's controlling, right? What's controlling is how we ought to define this language. What did this mean from a perspective of original public language, not what one particular drafter says? And that's just following trivially from what all conservative jurists have been saying for the last 50 years. And whenever it suits left-wing causes to bring up legislative history, they've rejected it outright. You can hear Gorsuch saying, for example, counsel, don't tell me about the legislative history. He's even said something as explicit as that, and other jurists as well. You'll even see in opinions written by courts these days, they'll introduce the legislative history as like a glossing on the cake. And we'll sometimes even say, for those of us who care about legislative history, this also supports the position or whatever. That's a kind of structural reason. I'm like, first off, why the hell do we even give a crap what a drafter says if we're going to apply the interpretive philosophy that is demanded of us of conservative judges, and certainly the mainstream legal philosophy of conservatives. The second objection is syntax and grammar. Okay, just the way that is being told to us to interpret this clause. This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States, but will include every other class of persons. It doesn't make syntactical or English sense under the norms of the English language to interpret this phrase the way that it's being demanded that we interpret it. The first reason for that is recognizing, oh my God, I've already lost it. There we go. Recognizing what this is. This is an appositive clause, right? This aliens is meant to reconfirm and clarify what is meant by this term. Okay? Thank you so much for the super chat. We'll read it after. This would not be confusing to you if, for example, we did this, right? Like in the United States who are, hang on, let me just give an example here which will make sense. Okay, imagine we were going to do, wait, no, I can't put in the breeders thing analogy that I was just going to go because that will require them seeing it, the legal mindset thing. Okay, here we go. Persons born in the United States who are Americans, U.S. citizens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers, right? If that phrase were like that, you would understand that this appositive clause in the middle, right? If this said who are Americans, comma, U.S. citizens, comma, that the term U.S. citizen, it's clarifying the phrase or the word that comes before it. That is, it's adding further information about the previous word or statement. And the reason we know this is because this kind of dependent clause, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States, can't exist by itself, syntactically. You would never say, for example, this will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States. There needs to be an additional thing to which this clause, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States, is applying to, right? And the normal way to read this is as an appositive clause, that is aliens, clarifying foreigners. If you read it a different way, it would produce just like a silly reading here of obvious surplusage, right? This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, right? Imagine that it's by itself, just foreigners, right? And imagine that you say, okay, can't stand by itself, but this modifies aliens, not foreigners. And so it's foreigners and aliens who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States. So notice, if this is one, foreigners is one, and aliens is two, that there's a missing and here. So that's already a problem. Foreigners, aliens who belong to the families. People don't talk that way, right? When you want to make a list, what do? You put and. I want tacos and pizza. I want ice cream and waffles. You don't say, I want ice cream waffles. People don't understand that. They'll be like, oh, it's one thing, right? So notice that first off. But if it really is foreigners and aliens, but the and is silent, who belong to the families, and notice there's a comma there. This was all spoken out. So whoever drafted this, whoever took record of it, wrote this out, by the way. So notice also how it would seem odd if he was speaking it out. This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States. No one will understand it any other way, right? Like if you read it out loud without the commas, right? This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States, but will include every other class of person. You would have no way to see the commas or hear the commas other than perhaps him like stating it out. And so this, at a bare minimum, I think should be interpreted as in a positive clause if we are supposed to take the drafter, the person who's transcribing this down, their interpretation as correct. But let's move on. Let's look at the surplusage here. If it's the case that this is foreigners and aliens who belong to the families of ambassadors, et cetera, well, then we have, why do we need this, right? All you would need is foreigners. This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners. Now, another big problem with this is the statement doesn't make any sense by itself because the citizenship clause is defining who is a foreigner. So you can't say, well, this doesn't apply to foreigners because the whole point of the citizenship clause is to define who is and who is not a foreigner. So how could this language apply to, limited to just foreigners if the whole clause is intended to suss that out? So obviously he's making a mistake here. He should be saying this will not, of course, include persons born to foreigners, aliens who belong to the families of ambassadors, right? So we're going to interpret it that way because otherwise it doesn't make any sense. Another reason why a hyper-literal, hyper-focused look at this stated language, even if it were interpreted in the way that the conservatives wanted it to, just isn't wise. He's already making mistakes in the phrase, and it's because everyone kind of understands what he means. But it's not like this whole thing where like, oh, just look in the comma, just look in, and that was super intentional, that act. No, it's a statement being made to get to a sense of the scope of the citizenship clause that everyone kind of is understanding what he means by it. That is, this is not literally talking about persons born in the United States who are foreigners, but persons born to people who are foreigners, aliens, whatever. But if it's the case that it's one, foreigners and aliens who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States, then it's massive surplusage because obviously individuals who are in the diplomatic service of another country, they're going to be foreigners, right? They're foreigners. So it would include them already. If you're the child of the ambassador of France, you're a child of a foreigner. So massive surplusage to interpret it that way. And then you get, but will include every other class of person at the end. If we're excluding foreigners, aliens, and children of diplomat, what other class of persons are there? Exactly. What other class of person exists? That's another reason why. If the only thing left over are citizens, which it would include, right? Someone says Native Americans, but of course, we all know it doesn't include Native Americans under the case law. And they didn't intend it to include Native Americans. So there's no other class of person. And by the way, native tribes were considered in many, like if you look at the invasion texts of the statutes related to invasion, foreigners are lumped in with Native Americans in terms of not members of the citizen. They're not citizens, in other words. So, and if you're not a citizen, you're a foreigner. You're an alien. So this doesn't make sense either. And here's the other absurdity. This wouldn't, by its terms, give citizenship to freed slaves. It wouldn't give them citizenship. Why? Because freed slaves are not born to citizens, right? The opposite of foreigners, aliens are citizens. And black people were not considered citizens as a matter of federal law under Dred Scott. Many of them were not citizens. In fact, all of them under Dred Scott. So this wouldn't have affected the aim of freeing black people and making them citizens. And so it would only affect the children of people who are already citizens, which they didn't need to write a clause for, because the children of U.S. citizens were already citizens. Do you understand how ridiculous? Anyone who reads this and is convinced by this reading already is telling you they don't know anything. Just by reading this as a separate clause from this second clause causes so many problems and absurd readings that the only possible motivation for reading it that way is because it would be interpreted to not apply to illegal immigrants. But it wouldn't stop there. This would also not give U.S. citizenship to the children of green card holders who are born in the United States. Because the children of green card holders who are born in the United States are not, in other words, they are born to foreigners. Right? They would be included here. Someone who's a green card holder is a foreigner. So back to our chart here. You shouldn't read this as a certain thing because you shouldn't buy into the legislative history hypocrisy that is being proposed here. It's not best read that way as a matter of English language and grammar. It leads to legal conclusions, right? Legal reasons why you shouldn't read that way based on the fact that this was intended to incorporate the English common law, and this reading wouldn't do that, right? Reading it this way would be counter to the English common law definition that they were incorporating, and all the absurd conclusions. Reading it this way would make it so that freed slaves would not have been citizens. Reading it this way would make it apply to the children of green card holders. It's a tortured reading of a statement that we shouldn't take as dispositive, that doesn't comport with the English language, that doesn't comport with the English common law on which this phrase, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, is from, and which would, if adopted, lead to insane conclusions that no one could possibly accept, because everyone acknowledges as at a base minimum, this was going to give citizenship to freed slaves. But their reading would not do that, given the legal status of black people at the time. So it is a crazy, absurd reading that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And anyone who's telling you that this makes any sense is a partisan stooge who hasn't even done the basic amount of reading on this issue. That includes Asmongold. That includes all the haters in chat. And by the way, everyone who I'm desperately trying to find someone to debate the other side with me. They won't do it. They know it's a fucking shit reading. Doesn't make any sense. At all. At all. Any questions? Any thoughts? Any dissenters? And I think that the fact that Charlie Kirk pushed this should make you think so much less of Charlie Kirk. And I know many of you don't think much of him. This guy was a pseudo-intellectual. This guy was a liar. These are lies. Obvious lies being sold to stupid people or innocent people, naive people, or unlearned people. People who are trying to take their cues from Charlie Kirk. They don't know better. Kirk is finding some language, torturing the shit out of it, just like that fool who came on stream the other day, tortured Grok to get to the answer he wanted. Do you think Alito and Thomas are cooked enough to side with Trump admin on this? What even is an originalist justification for any birthright citizenship? I think that they are cooked enough. Will they do it? I'm not sure. I think it's likely that this will be rejected. This theory will be rejected. I do think that that's what's likely. But they are craven and partisan enough to find some bullshit. That's it. There's no good argument from this phrase. It fails to launch on every conceivable level. Can you read the sentence right before the meme Howard quote, Pisco? I do not propose to say anything on the subject except that the question of citizenship has been so fully discussed in this body as not to need any further elucidation in my opinion. This amendment which I have offered is simply declaratory of what I regard as the law of the land already, that every person born within the limits of the United States and subject to the jurisdiction is by virtue of natural law and national law a citizen of the United States. So this is an explicit statement, right? Why it's so important to know that is this phrase, even if we say this phrase is controlling, this phrase supports us. This quote supports us and the reading of birthright citizenship. This is confirming that we're correct. That's what's so odious and deceptive and snaky about what Kirk and all of his robot minions, even after death, are doing here, is they're taking a quote that supports the position on birthright citizenship, which has been set in stone for 100 plus years, and making it actually the opposite of what it says. What it says is we are incorporating, as a declaratory matter, the law of the land. And the law of the land, as it stood then, was the English common law rule of birthright citizenship. And the English common law rule then existing did not admit of any other exceptions but the ones I described. The children of ambassadors, diplomatic people, and the children of invading, conquering armies, military officials in invading. So it's a good point to bring up, is that, to the contrary, this statement not only doesn't help the other side, it helps us. It confirms what our interpretation is. And it's absolutely insane, and you should automatically dislike and distrust anyone who says otherwise. And this loser, New Spin Slack, says, I still disagree with the pure grammar. He just doesn't understand what's like. All right, well, why don't we show him? Why don't we show him the actual grammatic thing that this middle statement is? So we'll do this actually, specifically for this loser. Let's go to Purdue. Okay. This is for the idiot. An appositive is a noun or pronoun, often with modifiers, set beside another noun or pronoun to explain it or identify it. Here are some examples of appositives. The noun or pronoun will be in blue. The appositive will be in red. My brother's car, a sporty red convertible with bucket seats, is the envy of my friends. The chief surgeon, an expert in organ transplanting procedures, took her nephew on a hospital tour. A bold innovator, Wassily Kandinsky, is known for his wonderful abstract paintings. The first state to ratify the U.S. Constitution, Delaware, is rich in history. A beautiful collie, Skip, was my favorite dog. Now let's just apply it. This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States. There's no and here. There's no and. And you can't consider this to be self-standing on its own, where this but conjunction is like the last of four things, right? Because this can't stand by itself. Who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States. So no one can argue that stands by itself. It needs to modify something. So only an idiot, only someone who has never learned English properly will read it the way that this guy New Spin Slag would read it. It is not ambiguous. It is clear. In context, it is absolutely not ambiguous. And I'm calling you stupid. You are a dumb person. And you're only maintaining this because of your political bias. And the fact that you cannot acknowledge it is distressing. It should be distressing for you because it makes you a political hack. It makes you a complete hack. And not just a hack, a stupid hack. A naive simpleton. And that's what you are. I am calling you stupid. And what's so justified for me calling you stupid is because when you came on in the chat initially, you were so arrogant. You were talking shit to everyone in the chat, trying to push your shit. And now you've got rocked so hard by everyone in the Discord, acknowledging they're making good arguments. And the last refuge you have is, it's still ambiguous. Fuck you. Seriously. That's what I hate. There's no humility. It's all protecting your ego and trying to grasp at the last vestige of a loser argument that you never understood, that you were using ChatGPT to like guide you in a conversation. You stupid fucking like boomer fuck. I don't know what to say. Yo, what up, Austin? I was super arrogant. I felt super confident, but I did get a lot of good things pointed out. I definitely see the strength of the originalist interpretation. Like, I don't understand. Like, what are you trying to cling to? That this is ambiguous? In what sense is it ambiguous, especially in context? Especially understanding this for what it is in reference, even in the situation in which this were a sentence devoid of context, I think it's clear. But imagine this in the context that we have it in. Where reading it any other way would cause you to, I don't know, like say that freed slaves aren't citizens. That would call into question all the descendants of slaves and their citizenship and all their children, except to the extent that they like, I guess, have a non-descendant of slave citizen as their parent. Yeah, all words are ambiguous if you don't know how to read. True. So I would just take the L and just be like, I was wrong. And I would actually respect that. I would definitely respect that if you just took the L 100%, said, my reading is stupid. I will not keep talking about this anymore. You could make the split between the who's. A split between the who's. Again, who are in the United States who are foreigners. So we're imagining this now as a we're imagining this now as a sentence where that's not spoken out loud, right? So we're just going off the syntax here. It includes persons born in the United States who are foreigners, okay? Aliens who belong. So now, this is what he'll have you believe, New Spin, right? that the born in the United States who are foreigners, that only applies there, right? So then aliens doesn't have the modifier of born in the United States. And that, of course, is ridiculous because the citizenship clause that he's talking about applies to people born in the United States. So if you make these two clauses where you split off between the who's, this is how stupid this guy is, right? He's still trying to cling to something that, okay, imagine that there's no context and imagine that it splits between the who's. Well, now you have a different problem because now you're saying persons born in the United States who are foreigners and aliens who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States. No one thinks that the child of ambassadors who aren't born in the United States are members of the U.S. citizenry. So crazy. So fucking crazy. Yeah, you're an idiot. All right. I wanted to take a look at, do one last thing on this. So this is Ethan watching the Casey Tron reaction. Okay. By the way, I think Casey Tron should sue Ethan for copyright infringement if he doesn't do enough reaction here. Because he's using her content, the entirety of her content. And look at that look from Ethan to the camera.
And by stating I take responsibility for infringing the content.
By the way, I do not want to see
stating I
any
take
negative. I don't want
responsibility-
to see people being rude to her. I genuinely have forgiven her. I'm moving on, and it's water under the bridge. I don't want to see anybody being. I'm being dead serious. No, let's not be nasty to her, guys. This is it. Okay, it's over. We won. That's it. We won, right? So let's just move on.
So the copyright infringement case, because she's apologized, under threat of the infringement case, it's water under the bridge. Water under the bridge because of the nature of the apology here. Why? A, is that what you've seen in response? Everyone's, putting their foot off the gas pedal? Is that what you're seeing? And two, why? Isn't this a vindication? This was an awful person who maliciously infringed?
And thank her. Thank you.
Thank
for
her.
infringing
I'm being
the
dead
content.
serious. Please do not.
The lawsuit was not frivolous. When I said the lawsuit was frivolous and based on misogyny, it was to garner sympathy, protect my own reputation, and retaliate against the Kleins. This lawsuit has given me a greater understanding of copyright protection.
He's desperately trying now to hide his wry smile. Anyone who fails to see that, I think, isn't really looking at this honestly.
Copyrights and the importance of protecting copyrights in the online content creation community. It is important for the entire content creation community to respect the intellectual property rights of other creators, and I will adhere to the lessons I've learned throughout this process going forward. I also want to make clear that I did not receive any support, financial or otherwise, from Hassan Piker. Hassan never even reached out to me privately to offer words of support. Speaking honestly, I found his indifference to my suffering hurtful, especially after he hinted he might help me behind the scenes. It felt like he wanted to receive credit from the public for him helping me without providing any. As to the GoFundMe money, to the extent there are any remaining funds after I pay my attorney's fees, I have agreed to pay the remaining funds to the Kleins. The funds will not go to anyone else, including Denims or Frogan, to defend their lawsuits. For the record, I have agreed to cooperate with the Kleins in their litigation against the H3 Snark mods for promoting my live stream to the extent that I am able. I will offer my support, including testifying under oath to everything I have just stated, to help their cause. I also want to take the opportunity to acknowledge other misconduct and bad behavior I have exhibited online. For example, weaponizing the death of Asmongold's mother was inexcusable. I should know better because I have 3 disabled people that rely on me. Moving forward, I will do better. I also want to apologize to the crew of the H3 podcast, particularly AB and Olivia.
Yeah.
I apologize for calling them cowards for not quitting their jobs. That was a shameful attack on 2 people who deeply care about Palestine and Palestinian people. AB, along with his wife Lena, have done more than I have ever done for the Palestinian people, including raising over $100,000 in charity. Yeah. I recognize that they have actually made Palestinian lives better, and my online antagonism and trolling has not.
Yeah.
I apologize to Ethan and Gila personally. I have said extremely mean and cruel things about both of them, particularly my misogynistic attacks against Gila that never should have been said. I also want to acknowledge the pervasive problem of anti-Semitism in leftist spaces. It should concern all of us. I condemn it and will not participate in it. To that end, I wish the clients success in enforcing TED Entertainment's copyright and protecting the legal rights of online content creators.
Just sit on that for a sec. Check my phone here. Just sit on that. Just
Take it all in.
We'll look at it. It's just sit on it.
Triumphal.
What a heartfelt. I mean, like genuinely, and I'm gonna.
What a heartfelt apology. Is that what you saw just then? A heartfelt apology? Lying to your face. Did you just watch a heartfelt apology? Yes or no? He knows that his lawyers negotiated the language of this apology. He knows that. He knows, and I'm not in their communications, but I know there were back and forth about what language to include and what language not to include. This was an object of the negotiation between 2 parties. And Ethan sits there with a triumphal smile and says, "What a heartfelt apology." Sinister. Truly sinister. As though she actually recognized the error of her ways. And that's the pretense that he wants to now give to his audience about why they should leave her alone. All the while knowing that his mock and fake words, that this is a sincere apology. And I can tell now, not just because of other evidence that exists in his initial video, but my read of his demeanor in this video itself, that those are fake words, fake sympathy. He knows they'll have no effect. But one more lie, that he thinks this is a sincere apology. I don't believe it. This was the result of mutual agreement between 2 parties of words she never wanted to say. And it strains credulity to think that after that process, she had an epiphany. Casey Tron had an epiphany and sincerely felt those words, and that the regret she felt is associated with her misconduct, as opposed to what it resulted for her in terms of financial penalty and legal angst. We'll keep watching, but just know, yet another lie.
Say something. Casey Tron, we've said it continually throughout this. You are extraordinarily funny and a very talented person. And I wish you all the best in the future, in your future endeavors. And I know you will continue to make people laugh and to continue to.
You didn't care You did not care. Because what did you fail to do? Did you send a demand letter to Casey Tron? Did you file a DMCA claim against Casey Tron and then publish your video? You say she's funny, she's going to continue to laugh. Did you do the bare minimum in acknowledgement of what you think that she has done over the course of years to give her a chance to come to this epiphany prior to the filing of a legal action? What steps did you take, in other words?
To bring joy to people in that regard. I do. I think you are extremely funny and very clever. So, and I accept your apology. I do. And I appreciate all the sincerity. And
Would you ever do that, by the way? Would you ever accept an apology like this? A forced apology? Think about it. If you knew that an apology was forced, say, for example, you're 15 years old, you get into it with a sibling, and the parent forces an insincere apology. Maybe in that case, right? Like you're accepting of the apology is forced as well. I think that's sick.
just all the specific, a lot of the stuff in there was really, I think, warranted, and I'm glad that she's, come to terms with a lot of it, and I appreciate it. I really think she's turned into
Come to terms.
I do. Now let's watch it. Now I can pause it and stuff, right?
Yeah, now that we've watched it, you can do
okay.
whatever you want.
All right. So now one part that really stands out to me is the part about Hassan, because he really did make it. And do we have that clip right of when Hassan was making it sound like?
Can we watch that?
Yeah. When Hassan was making it sound like he was going to help them, and I mean rightfully so. If I was him, I would have reached out immediately and offered my support, emotionally and financially, right? And that is something I have done. In other instances.
It's incredibly stressful, both emotionally and financially, to go through a lawsuit.
That you guys filed. So now you're trying to have your cake and eat it too. So you play on the aggression and vindictiveness that you are pursuing this lawsuit in. You prey on the anger and hatred of your audience against Casey Tron and your other targets. And then you appeal to their sympathies to go after Hassan. Isn't that the most reprehensible thing you've ever heard about? You play both sides. On the one hand, you say that she is deserving of this kind of lawsuit and treatment and having to beg for forgiveness in what you call a sincere apology. And then you criticize Hassan for not being sympathetic enough to a cause that you say is righteous, that is against it. Isn't that reprehensible? I think it is. You sue someone that you say is a glorious thing to do for the benefit of the React community, among other things. And then you sit there with your shallow, insincere reactions, your lies, and you look at each other and you say, these lawsuits are really hard. I mean, imagine what she's going through.
It is,
Everybody
and I
knows
appreciate the situation she's been in, and that's why
The situation she's been in. She's been in a situation that I appreciate. Removing responsibility, distancing themselves from the situation that she's been put in. Look at that passive language.
Go through a lawsuit.
it is, and
Everybody
I
knows
appreciate the situation she's been in, and that's why
Which is also why I'm so glad to at least put one behind us.
Yeah.
Then let her keep the money. If all you wanted was this apology, let her keep the money. I'm so glad to put this behind her because I really want to help her out. Do you understand how sick this is? Stick to your guns. We did something wonderful. This was great, right? Everyone should get behind this. Oh, and don't you know, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that she can put this behind her because I can appreciate the situation that she was put in, that she's in. Then let her have the money if you appreciate the situation that she's in. If you're concerned about it. Because you're not actually concerned. Or if you are, this is a new thing. Are you concerned for the situation that Frogan is in? What do you actually want here? You just want these apologies? You want insincere apologies. Why would you want that? If you have something that's generating this lawsuit and you want an apology for that, go at it. But on other stuff, this is chicken shit. Resolve the Israel-Palestine stuff in the marketplace of ideas. If you think that they're wrong for saying whatever they're saying about you, but it doesn't rise to the level of harassment or defamation or some other thing, resolve it the way all people in America resolve it. Talking about it and convincing the other side. The reason why I'm talking about this is because I want to express regret. I rewatched my initial reaction to it, and I was, even in my initial reaction, skeptical of Ethan's motivation. But there were other parts of my initial reaction where I was like, you know, this seems whatever. Like, he has the right to do this, and I support these. I'm against these lawsuits. I've seen enough. These lawsuits are shit. I don't support them, even if they have a legal merit to them. I've assessed the client's demeanor and credibility, and I find it severely lacking. And I think that these lawsuits suck. He should immediately dismiss them all. And I regret being more, like, not being as scrupulous or, I don't know, exacting or scrutinizing, that's the right word, scrutinizing of his motives and demeanor before. I was too willing to give him the benefit of the doubt based because I knew his content, I liked him, I like what's going on, and I'm surrounded in a community that respects him more than the other side. But if I have any regret, it's giving them too much of a benefit of the doubt. This demeanor, I think, is unconscionable, and I think there are more lies here. I look at him and I don't believe a word. I don't believe a single word of this. And that's what I wanted to say. Because I didn't catch this reaction to it, and I think it's cringe as fuck. That was a very sincere apology. Give me a break. It is more.
And I know it was difficult on her, and I'm glad that she's free of it now, and she can just move on.
She's
We can
free
all
of
move on.
it.
I really do.
She's free of it.
My heart, I have appreciation for Casey Tron,
You have appreciation for her.
and I thank her very
Give
much
her the money back
for the
then.
very thorough and sincere apology.
Thorough and
That being
sincere.
said, let's watch this clip of when Hassan suggests he will be helping them behind the scenes.
He has also admitted multiple times he wants to hurt you financially through them as if you were their legal guardian. No, I know.
I have never suggested that, by the way. Or, well, I did maybe suggest that he should help them, which he should. I mean, they're his orbiters, right? And Hassan is extraordinary.
He should help them. He should help them to fight my lawsuit against them. How does that make sense? Isn't your lawsuit designed to help the React community? Why aren't you talking about that, by the way? Why aren't you talking about that? Let's see if I still have it up. Oh, we'll find it. Let's take a look at the initial video. And let's try to remember.
Hi there. My name is Ethan Klein, and my favorite hobby is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers. Today, I invite you into my home to share my favorite pastime with you. Join me in creating generational wealth for my attorney. Let me tell you guys a story. About 1.5 years ago, there's a big conversation called ReactGate. ReactGate was a debate going on in the streaming community about what constituted fair use. People like Hassan, XQC, and many of the large Twitch streamers would watch other creators' entire video on their stream. They would rarely add sufficient commentary or even pause the video to speak. Most egregiously, they would re-upload the entire VOD to YouTube with the same thumbnail, the same title, so that they could cannibalize traffic from the original video.
That's when I'm talking to all these people, and I'm like, they try to paint it as though this is a minor point. It wasn't even brought up. It was an afterthought. He starts the video with it. That's the rationale. Let me bring you back to ReactGate. So just keep that in mind. Remember what everyone was trying to tell me when we had these different conversations. Oh, he's fixated on a small point. And now, after you saw that initial response to the settlement.
Here's what Lamino had to say about this phenomenon.
I don't mind people reacting to my videos, but I do mind when they play the entirety of my video. A face cam in the corner or the occasional interruption does nothing to address that issue. My video is still being played from beginning to end in someone else's stream or video. It's neither ethical nor necessary to feature the entirety of someone else's work. Or, they could do the bare minimum and ask for permission. Something that none of the major reaction channels have ever done when they've streamed or re-uploaded my videos. But to answer your question, no, I don't want people to stream or re-upload the entirety of.
So we're already like 1:30 into this video, and everything has been about the broader problem of the React community. He's citing another creator that's not stressing stated intentional malice or anything. He's talking about a broader problem of the React community having to do with the percentage of the content that's used. The first thing that he brings up are people like Hassan and XQC who use the same thumbnail. So far, 1:30 in, nothing about these other creators, just about the broader problem facing YouTube.
Of my videos.
Now, understandably, this made a lot of people angry because why should these content thieves essentially...
Content thieves. That's who he's calling these people, XQC, Hassan. Those are the examples he brought up, his words. Content thief.
Get more views than the author of the video, which in a lot of cases was happening. I mean, people don't like injustice, and we all see this, and no, it's not.
He calls it an injustice. He says what's happening on YouTube with these other streamers like XQC and Hassan, his examples, not with intentional stated malice, is an injustice.
Right. This debate culminated when XQC, one of the prime suspects, called in to my show to debate me, in which case I'm sad to report...
Remember that guy? What's his name? Stale? The Stale guy was like, oh, Ethan's changed his mind on XQC? He tried to tell me that, right? This guy Stale tried to convince me that Ethan had changed his mind on XQC in this very video. You're watching it right now. Him saying XQC is a prime suspect. He calls XQC a content thief. And this motherfucker Stale, I don't know who this guy is, the one who tried to call in, or he did call in, we had a debate. He tried to tell you all, he tried to lie to all of you and say that Ethan changed his mind on XQC.
That I was terribly owned. So in that regard, do you care at all about like IP or copyright? Or like the fact that it's illegal? Does that matter? That it might be illegal, does that matter to you?
No.
It doesn't matter.
Well, if flat out doesn't, because...
Well, that's fair.
Watch me full screen cam, do the fucking...
This is what Stale says is Ethan changing his mind on XQC. He's putting funny music behind XQC's insane opinion in the initial video. So far, nothing on Frogan, on it. So he's describing a broader problem. And at the epicenter of it, in every example he used so far, the content thief, the prime suspect, XQC.
And watch your
Do
prime,
that.
then watch
Bro,
your prime
do
content.
it for a week. Do a week of no reaction content and see how many fucking views you get. Oh, okay, sure. I mean, that's content, man. It's original content, at least. The ultimate debate, bro. He hit him with the worm. Oh, why didn't I think of that first? I kid XQC, but he is not the one I'm suing. Despite my criticism, he's not a malicious infringer. But the ones I am...
All right, he just said he's not a malicious infringer. Not a malicious infringer. Now, we're going to pause right there. So we're pausing. He said, not a malicious infringer, right? You heard him say that? You heard him say that. Not a malicious infringer. So we all heard that.
Crazy, dude. Why is it?
Wait.
You think it's crazy, dude? The fact that you're using the same title and the same thumbnail is so parasitic. It's so shady. You are
parasitic, shady, content thief.
Only doing that to siphon off views and confuse people. There is no other reason for that. Why would you use the same exact title and the same?
He says there's no other reason.
Exact thumbnail. Explain that to me.
So are you more upset about the title or about the content of the video itself?
Well, it's the intention, dude.
It's the intention.
It's all together. You're intentionally.
He is not a malicious infringer. But you just heard Ethan say, prime suspect, content thief. You heard him just say, intentionally siphoning. That's the only motivation he could have. But he's not a malicious infringer.
I'm suing, you'll see are much, much worse.
Much
ironically,
worse.
After this debate and in the wake of this large conversation, the problem seems to have only gotten worse. You have people like Hassan Piker paving the way of fair use with what's known as chair reacts, when Hassan gets up to go to the bathroom or to eat or to talk to his mom or to do whatever, disappears for an extended period of time and leaves the video playing for his chair. Mr. Chair, they call it.
IDF had warned people to leave the area around the main airport in Sana. Then this.
This operation will result in the killing of hostages in captivity. Will result in the death of thirds of the
We're a community. Well, I've been seeing
And it was in this setting that I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist? They couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published.
I don't have an issue with them.
It's not that I wanted these people to steal my video. It's that I knew they would. I knew they would watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly.
So now as I'm watching this again, you understand that there's another lie that you missed. This is a new lie. Well, maybe someone else has identified it, right? The purpose of his trap, what he calls a trap, was specifically with 3 targets in mind. Look at it. Look at what he says.
Entire video, my video, is that I knew they would. I knew they would watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly.
So before he could possibly know that they're malicious infringers, that's the part that we already know. He had them as targets, right? But the lie is that afterwards, right, this additional lie, doesn't he, there's another piece of content that Denims reacts to or something that he registers again, right? He registers another which is the, oh my God, I could have sworn there were 2 pieces of reaction content. Let me it's TED Entertainment. Actually crazy. I'll get it. And I'll just put it on screen so you guys can see me going through it. Control F, register. Okay. Look at this. So his plan, Ethan's plan, right? The one that he's described in the video that we're watching, was before the nuke, right? And that's where he registered it. And the nuke was registered, let's see. Let's see the date in which the nuke is registered. Okay. The nuke is registered, content nuke, January 28th, 2025. So before it's published, right? The nuke was written, shot, and edited from December 2024 through January 2025. On January 27th, they submitted their application to register with the Copyright Office. And then so they submit it for registration January 27th, days before this. And then they register the countdown episode March, months after. And so explain this one. Explain this registration. And he sued Denims for both. And so once again, it's putting a lie in that he didn't just release, prepare the particular nuke video to be a trap. He was just trying for whoever was going to bite on it. He was registering his copyright in whatever way was necessary, calibrated to get to these kinds of people. That's the lie. Not just that he couldn't have known that they were going to be malicious infringers, which he couldn't have when he started the plan. That much is obvious. But also that the trap itself is a lie in that it wasn't meant to spring on whoever happened to watch it. It was specifically meant to spring on these people. And when there was an additional opportunity to go after someone with a different video, they registered that one so that you could sue as well. Because it's not just for statutory damages. You need it also for certain remedies in court and to even sue initially.
Giving them no time to form an opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it would. We captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it in its entirety immediately after it was published. Now,
that's a lie, right? Because they're not going after large streamers. So what he says is the success of the trap. This is his words, right? His characterization of his own trap is successful because other large streamers fell into the trap. So he just said it, right? He just self-reported.
The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it would.
So the trap, how it worked better than he would have imagined it would, is that other people fell into the trap, that he couldn't have imagined that they would have fallen into the trap. But they didn't fall into the trap, right? Because according to all the simps, the trap was not about this kind of reaction, right? That wasn't what the trap was about. The trap was about intentional, stated malice that he couldn't have known existed. But Caseytron's not one of the biggest streamers. Frogan isn't one of the biggest streamers. So the trap working more successfully than he thought. It stands to reason. It is entailed that those big streamers that he is citing as the explanation for why the trap worked better than he could have expected, that they're having reacted to it is why, right? But the lie is that the trap wasn't intended for them. And it puts to bed the notion that this was about, again, further puts to bed, not that we need it anymore, the broader React community, or a specific slice of fair use Reacts in which there's intentionally stated malice, because if the trap covers both intentional stated malice reactions and non-intentional stated reactions, then the trap is for both and the plan was for both. Then you can't say the plan was only for one type, because the plan was for both. On his own lights, on his own words. These are his words.
We captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it in its entirety immediately after it was published. Now, the thing is, there were a few people that went above and beyond to commit copyright infringement.
And this, again, they are once more these like simp people who come into my Discord to debate me. They lie and said, oh, Ethan never claimed that intentional stated malice was relevant to the legal analysis. He's directly saying it here. He's tying the intentional stated malice, what I call irrelevant, and what is irrelevant, to the claim of infringement. And so once again, people trying to gaslight me in suggesting that Ethan didn't say things that he obviously suggested. And I think he's going to say more of it too. So they absolutely did. He absolutely did claim that intentional stated malice was relevant to the legal claim. But these idiots tried to gaslight me and say they weren't.
People that went above and beyond to commit copyright infringement. For example, Denim sits here silently with nearly 50,000 live viewers. That's 30 times her regular viewership. She's working directly with the Snark subreddit moderators to siphon.
She's working directly with the mods here. What's the evidence of that again?
And their intentions couldn't be clearer. Here's an excerpt from a stickied post from the Snark subreddit. Hey everyone, we've seen a lot of comments about wanting to watch the nuke without showing support for H3.
I agree with Hutch on this case that Ethan can have more than one motive for wanting to bring the suit. There's just an equivocation here from Chillfully thus far, right? There's just an equivocation. Here's the equivocation. By can, do you mean it's logically possible? Then yes, Ethan can have multiple motives. I'm not saying he logically can't. I'm saying he doesn't. So what you need to provide isn't evidence that he can, by which you mean logically it's possible. You need to show evidence if you're making the claim that he is motivated. But I provided plenty of evidence that he's not motivated for it, right? What Chillfully needs to do isn't to show that it's logically possible that Ethan has such a motive, but that it's plausible, that there's evidence to support the notion that he has this motive. Because I've offered plenty of evidence to support he doesn't have the motive, right? So this is your burden now, right? And I suppose Hutch, to the extent that Hutch has that view, not to show that he literally, logically cannot have that view, or can have that view, sorry, but that it's likely that he has that view, that it's plausible that he has that view. You understand the difference there? And so what I want from Chillfully thus far, so this is the specific chatter that I'm looking at right now, Chillfully thus far, you are in chat right now. What is the evidence that he in fact has that motivation? That's what you need to provide. Because I provided plenty of evidence that suggests he doesn't have that motivation. What you need to provide is evidence that he does.
A list of creators who've supported our sub, either by engaging with us directly or citing our post in their critique of H3. Here they're offering these streamers as market substitutes for my work. This is the cardinal sin of copyright infringement. The Snark subreddit has been a frequent and persistent infringer. That's how I knew when this video came out, the Snarkers were going to encourage, promote, and push streamers to commit copyright infringement. I should thank the Snarkers actually. Because of their predictability, they acted like double agents for us, incriminating their favorite streamers and serving them up on a golden platter. So, thank you, Snark. It's
incriminating them, implying that you're not going after them in the first place.
one thing for a subreddit to admit it's engaging in copyright infringement, but how do you get the streamers themselves to admit that they're stealing content?
Well, guys.
How do you get them to admit? How do you get them to admit? Right? That language reveals it all. And I missed it the first time, I think. I might have missed it. I don't think I got it. If the goal is to try to get them to admit, once again, it's presupposing what you want. The goal is to get them to admit it. It's not they admitted it so I go after them. It's wouldn't it be great if they admitted it? It's a self-report, right? How do we get them to do this? How you phrase that is like, it would be good if they did this, right? That's what's so preposterous now that I look back on it, how muted my response was. The way he's presenting this is as desirable. It is desirable that they admit this. It is desirable. How do we get this? How do we get it? That's how you say it if you actually want something, right? How do we get you into Harvard? How do we get you into engineering school? How do we get them to agree to let us into the store? Here's the, I'm sure, irrelevant response from Chill thus far. Does someone have to prove their intent to sue in order to sue? No. Who is claiming? Again, this is what these brainlets, zero IQ, zero, I'm telling you, zero IQ. Is that responsive to what I said? So his initial comment, right, this brainless guy, chillfully thus far, was the following. You know, Hutch and I seem to agree that he can have two motives. And then instead of addressing what I say, which is, what's the evidence, right? Not logically can he, which I admit, in terms of logical entailments, it's not logically required that he only have one motive. All right. I never said that, never suggested it. Instead of saying that, it's like, is it legally wrong? No. But that's just not addressing the claim. Was it illegal for him to sue? No. I never claimed that. You're trying to defend it. You should just concede that on my ground because we don't disagree then. If you're saying, if you're saying only that, you don't really know, you're agnostic, I have no reason to assume he doesn't want to. Have you listened to my arguments? Why do you find them not convincing? Chillfully thus far. Do you want to get into voice at some point? Why do you find it not convincing? I've given you reasons why he doesn't have this motivation. I'm continuing to provide them at the moment before you interrupted them. Why do you find these arguments not convincing? Then what is your claim? That you think Ethan... No, why are you acting as though you don't know the claim, Chillfully? Right? Do you see Chillfully acting as though he doesn't know the claim? So before he's making reference to the claim. He knows what the claim is. But now he's asking what the claim is. So which is it, Chillfully? Why are you asking what the claim is? What do you think you've been contesting? Has it been opaque to you what the claim is? This is what I don't understand, right? Like, you are claiming now, or by implication, it seems to be the case that you don't know what my claim is. That can't be right because you're referencing it correctly, I might add, and previous comments. And now all of a sudden it's opaque to you. It's confusing. So I'm just curious, could you reproduce my claim? Or is this question, I don't know what would this question be the purpose of it if you understand it? So that's what I'm trying to suss out. Can you reproduce my claim? Because I just got here. I literally just asked chatters what your claim. No. You made reference to it. You said that Hutch said that it could be multiple justifications, multiple reasons. And so you know that I have a claim that one motivation isn't the motivation. And clearly you know enough, if you listen to Hutch about it, that we know which motivation I'm calling into question. So how is it the case that you can maintain that you don't know the claim? What have you been arguing?
Guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime. If you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here.
It turns out they just do it for you. You couldn't.
And again, presenting it as desirable. How can we get, great pause by the way, how can we get them to do this? And so people claiming he's pissed off about this, and again, I missed this because I was too I think biased in my initial response. He's not upset that they stated maliciously to siphon it. The way he's presented it here is this was desirable. This was a good thing. You couldn't ask for a better thing. And so everyone who's told you, isn't he pissed? Wouldn't this piss you off if they tried to steal your money? No, this is a good thing, right? That's how he's presenting it. How do you get it to do it? Oh, look, they did it for you. Doing something for you is suggesting that like your workload has been cut. No, I'm asking you, what is your claim? I commented on Hutch's stream recently. I'm arguing that I watched Hutch's stream and agreed with him that I assume Ethan can have several motives. Again, once again, an equivocation. No one is disputing that Ethan can have several motives, by which we mean it's logically possible. No contradiction is entailed by having multiple motives. Okay? So once again, I just want you to stop saying that. I mean, it's maybe easier if you come on VC, to be honest. And this is weasel language that can have several motives. People will say that to me, don't you agree that Ethan could have different motives? Yeah, he could. Isn't it possible that you could jump to the moon? Yeah, you could. If by could, you mean there's no logical contradiction. Isn't it possible that I could, lift 10,000 pounds? Yeah, I could do that, as in it's logically possible. But is it plausible? That's the question. Is it likely? That's the question. So don't say can again. Probably better if you're just in the BC.
Couldn't cook up a more incriminating statement if you tried. Denim's the queen of self-owning. You prevail again. There's one thing about copyright you should know is that you got to register it before you publish to be eligible for statutory damages and attorney's fees, which is the main biting force of a copyright infringement lawsuit. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys now.
Where the intent is, right, like we want to increase the damages, right? We want to get statutory damages and attorney's fees. Prior to knowing what the intentional stated malice is, we are getting ready to fuck people over with the highest possible damages.
I, Ethan Klein, have registered Hassan Piker Content Nuke with the United States Library of Congress. Some of you guys out there sweating? Even though theoretically I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars.
So he understands that he thinks all of this is infringement, right? He's showing a bunch of things that he considers to be infringement. Hassan, Destiny, Lonerbox.
Even though theoretically
Asmongold,
I could sue a lot more creators.
Papa Gut.
And rake in millions of dollars. But the purpose of this is not financial gain. People like XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually, the opposite. I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know it.
It could destroy the commentary community as we know. The purpose is not money. Purpose is to unite, to protect the React community. And I don't want to chill, right? Who doesn't he want to chill, right? Who does he not want to chill? These people, ready?
Some of you guys out there sweating. Even though
Hassan,
theoretically,
Destiny, Loner Box,
I could
Asmongold,
sue a lot more creators
Papa Gut,
and rake in millions
Hutch.
of dollars. But the purpose of this is not financial gain. People like XQC and Asmongold may have watched
So those are the examples of who he doesn't want to chill.
the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually, the opposite.
Because, and understand the logic of it, right? If he sues those bigger creators, it will chill the React community. That it will have the effect of chilling. What he calls content thievery, what he says is unconscionable in the early part of the video.
I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know it.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that
Literal theft. That's what you called what XQC did. You called him a content thief. So on the same terms, Denims is a literal thief, and so is XQC. And by your own lights, this was a positive thing. This was good. You liked this, and you couldn't have counted on this when you set the trap. Your words.
terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime.
The state of reaction content on Twitch is so broken, these creators feel comfortable looking right into a camera and saying outright, hey, I'm stealing this guy's content. Pay me instead of him. This is not a healthy environment. And with people like Hassan reacting to entire TV shows on stream, my fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field. Now, before I...
So when everyone tries to tell you this wasn't a big part of the video, you now know conclusively that's debunked. That is totally debunked. And, I'm again, continuing to maintain that these lawsuits have a strong legal claim to them. But as I look back at how I analyze them, I should have been even more skeptical than I was. And looking at the reaction to the settlement, I don't believe a single word. And I actually think it's unconscionable. Some of his lies, the lie that this is a sincere apology, the lie that he actually gives a fuck about their financial situation. Both him and Eli, I believe, are complicit in this lie, in that they're pretending to give a shit about the bad financial situation that they've put Casey Tron in when they appeal to that motivation to slander, or I shouldn't say slander, to smear, or I don't know if smear is the right word, because Hassan didn't give money. I want to choose my words wisely. Hang on. That he's appealing to that as a criticism of Hassan when he doesn't really give a crap about it. That's what I wanted to say. Smear kind of implies like it's like a bad criticism in and of itself, and slander implies that it's like untrue and defamation. And so that's why I sort of backed away from those words. What's hypocritical is for them to levy that criticism. Disingenuous is what I should say. I don't really have a view on whether or not it was bad taste, because I don't know, like, does he know these people? Are they friends?
Tell you who the three people I'm suing are, I just want to make it clear that they all met this very specific high bar of criteria that I set forth earlier. These people
set forth earlier. So he set forth the criteria of intentional stated malice before he knew these people would have done it. Even though what he says, it was more successful because look at all these big streamers. They didn't fulfill that criteria. So by their own lights, why would it have been successful for those big streamers to do it? If they didn't fulfill the highly specific, high criteria to sue, why would it have been successful? You understand how that is? You understand what a huge contradiction that is? A humongous contradiction. I showed you before. Ethan Klein saying the trap worked better than I could have expected. Look at all these big streamers reacting to the entirety of it. But if the trap was instead cued to a very specific high bar, which they didn't meet, then on those lights, on that understanding, it wouldn't have been a successful trap because those big streamers did not fulfill that trap. So his metric for success, namely meeting the qualification of suing, which he wanted to happen, and where he was ecstatic that they finally did admit it, that metric isn't fulfilled by big streamers reacting in its entirety. So on that view, it couldn't have been a success. And again, that's a humongous contradiction. Success can have more than one metric, more cope. So the trap was successful in that it got all these different people. Wait, how is it a trap? How is it a trap then? You've trapped people into doing something you don't have a problem in chilling. You don't want to chill, and you're not going to take any action against them. And so how is that a successful trap? You've just made a video. Do you mean by the trap being successful that a lot of people watched it? Absolutely insane. Deranged. I think it's deranged. It's a deranged take.
People were not targeted based on their gender, their identity, their political beliefs. All three are on this list. In fact, they're the only three, as far as I could tell, that reacted to the full video. Drum roll, please. Who's sweating at home, guys? Casey Tron, the queen of ripping farts and bong loads.
They do musicals. They're very musical people.
Oh, yeah. He really, really respects her as a comedian.
I know. Are you being serious? Dog, what do you... Look! You think I made this?
Frogan, who, bless her soul, she's still rising.
Can I walk away and use the bathroom? Do I have permission? Can I use the bathroom, please?
On brand vibes. This is like Candace Owens level of conspiracy coverage on the situation. On brand vibes. Invite to the Discord. Which part of this do you feel is Candace Owens levels of conspiracy? On brand vibes. Oh, it doesn't work? Find the link somewhere. We gotta make these links work at some point. It's on. It should be on the like the information section on Twitch. I should put the I should put the chat highlights above everything, right? Yeah. Not seeing a response yet.
I'll leave it playing.
Apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life.
What happened?
And Denim's the queen of self-owning. And my God, is she the queen of that?
It's very obvious from the way that guy's talking, he's a Sneeko fan.
Oh my God, bro, I love you. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
None of the hostages that have been released so far have said...
On brand mob, yeah. If you've been on the Discord, come on. I want to talk to you about Candace Owens level conspiracy. And we'll put up your previous comment. That is what I want to talk about because that's your claim, right? So let's just make sure that we have your previous claim on screen, and I'd like you to come in the Discord, please. You're not able to hop on. Okay, then you can type it out, can't you? Type out in what sense you think this is Candace Owens level conspiracy. Go. We're all waiting on brand vibes. You're at work at 1 o'clock in the morning. Not impossible. I'm just noting. Maybe you live in a different time zone. Take a smoke break, man. I'm a shrubber. I create shrubberies at night. I don't know why I thought of that. I trade in shrubberies. I just happened to think of, I was like, I was thinking, I'm like, let me watch this reaction to the settlement. And you want to talk about me being vindictive? Yeah, he called me Mike from PA, okay? He said, I'm like Mike from PA. Motherfucker. But I actually am, when I look back on it, I was too good faith. I was too naive in my initial reaction. Even though in my initial reaction, I was skeptical. I should have been more skeptical. He's on the night shift, slacking off, jerking off. If you're at work, how can you listen to fucking videos? Unless you're like a guard. We're guards. Yeah, we're guards. My dog ate my internet. I'm Roger the Shrubber. I know, I'm just messing around. I'm messing around. He's at work, all right. Let's finish this little thing.
Said that they've been.
This might have to be the last, unless we can get Dan in a debate. I don't know why he won't do it. I think that would be good content. Just from a content perspective. Why don't we get Dan or Ethan on the horn? Maybe I'll because my you guys should all follow me on Instagram at Pisco. Maybe if I can get it like bigger, I can at him and can talk about it. I don't want to be like, to be honest, this is like a pet. I get obsessed with these different issues, like, but as I start to peel back every layer, it reminded me a little bit of the TikTok fugitive guy, where he said something. We were on Steven's channel, and I forget what context he like came up or something. But as I peeled back every layer, I like started to look at the filings. I'm like, this guy's fucked up. It's fucked up. Did you do anything with the Majority Report? They reacted to one of my things. I should reach out to them though. But if I do that, everyone will say I'm a tanky who's abandoning Biden. Has Dan ever debated? Maybe.
Raped. The hostages have public statements. You can go look at them.
The sexual assault I experienced should never happen to any human being.
This Yemeni kid is just a Yemeni kid with a gun and is not a
I sure did vote for Mom Donnie.
Houthi, and there is no proof of him being a Houthi.
Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
He never said Hassan Nasrallah was a good guy.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah based.
All right, I mean, he did say it was based. Very bad. Listen, I don't support Hezbollah, right? Should I reach out to Majority Report? They did say they wanted to have me on before. Maybe I should ping them. Yeah, I thought I saw that. Maybe I'll ping them. I want to message Tim Pool. First of all, I'm concerned because did you guys all see that someone attacked Tim Pool's residence? Allegedly. 3 shots. Yes. But he's in like the middle of nowhere. But I would definitely go on again. What I want to do is I want to find some conservative to argue the citizenship thing or the strikes. That's what I want to talk about. And I think that like it should be easy to find people willing to do that. To debate like 2 of the main kind of issues. They deal with like immigration and drug enforcement and executive power, overreach, all that stuff. So they're legal issues. I want to find like someone who isn't just like a lol cow. Truth be told, a lot of them are lol cows. To debate those points. But I'll try to reach out to Tim Pool and to Majority Report maybe. How about Laid Back Law? Who's that? Wait, no, those are the goobers, right? I know those people. Yeah, those are the goobers. But they're kind of like it's kind of low stakes because I don't know. Because they're kind of just like funny. I'd rather it be like a real true believer who's like prideful. Did we get a ruling on citizenship? No, not yet. I love the Tim Pool debates. Reach out to Extreme Dad. Is that like some, I don't know, snowboard enthusiast YouTube channel that turns into a MAGA channel? Have you guys seen those? The most like famous example of that I think is the Hodge twins. They were like a fitness channel, a eating react channel. I remember even like laughing at some of their reactions. And then I'm like, I woke up one day, looked at Twitter, and I saw some unhinged shit they posted on Twitter. I'm like, wait a second. Wait, maybe we should react. Speaking of reactions, I wonder what they're up to, Hodge twins. Reach out to a shrubbery focused channel. Ryan Mullally content, always good. Ryan Mullally. He's still investigating about the strikes. He's still investigating it. Something's up with this YouTube thing. I think Streamlabs just sucks. We might need another solution for YouTube chat because it's not doing it for me right now. Let's see if there's anything. Black Chick-fil-A employee explodes on Latina. What? MAGA pulls gun after fistfight over turkey price. Shots fired. Man explodes after PetSmart ruins his dog bath. Oh, wait, let me so you guys can see the selection here. I gotta go to bed soon. We're done with the Ethan stuff unless people want to jump on the VC. Haircut goes wrong, turned into wild confrontation. I mean, their views are excellent. This dog sitter does the unthinkable, and they make like a bunch of them. Holy shit. They're making a lot of money. I want to debate these guys. Fuck. Chuck E. Cheese gets arrested at work for doing the unimaginable. Which one? Which one? Entitled. Wait, is there like a separate channel for their politics stuff? Maybe. Let's watch one of these. Why not? Honest black guy.
Yo, it's something about our people, man. Like, sometimes as a black man, right, you come across other black people that make you say, I get why other races of people talk to us, right? Because they done experienced or witnessed something that we don't get to see on a day-to-day basis, right? In some way, shape, or form. Now, up until recently,
Galinsky and I have talked, if you go to my channel under playlists of like collabs, we've talked at like one or maybe twice, 2 or 3 times. Same thing. I've been on Breaking Points a couple times as well, so you can find that there.
I can honestly say that I've never really encountered no real, right? So the other day I was
He's just shitting on black people while Hodge twins watch.
On the bus, right? Down in Chicago. You know, if you don't have money to ride the bus, they'll let you on, right?
That's crazy.
But this real big fat girl, she was fat. She was a black lady, black girl. Had to be in her late 20s, early 30s. I don't know, but she was just real big, fat.
3.5 million subs. Jesus.
Sloppy girl, right? She had 5 boxes of the little $5 box chicken from Church's or Popeye, one of those places, right? So she get on the bus. Now the bus fare.
Oh, someone in disagreements? All right, cool. That's fucking boring me. Hey, what up? Have we talked before? Your name is familiar.
Yeah.
We have. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hold
What's up? Hold up.
Hello?
Hey, what up, Natural Phenomena?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I sure can. But talk a little bit longer so that we can see if there's any like cutouts.
Test to test, test to test, test,
All right,
test.
it's good enough. It's good enough. How you doing?
Fantastic. I'm good. Exhausted, but I'm good. I'm just trying to like with this whole Ethan stuff. Like I don't care over much. I just trying to understand like why you have so much like you see so much malice in his actions, and I'm sure that there's like some selfishness on his part, but like based on like what's contained in that like in the video, I just don't see necessarily what's wrong with that. Like, do you just have an issue with him like using the law to kind of like get back at people who have like wronged him?
Yeah. So the question is like kind of like why are you spending so much time, right?
Sort of. I mean, like also it's interesting, but yeah.
Yeah. So
I do see so much malice in it, and that's what I don't understand.
Yeah. So the first thing I should just be clear is like I don't think it represents like even maybe lately, because I think the last time I spoke about it was quite a while since recently, and like the recent thing was a settlement, and that kind of re-piqued my interest in it. So to be clear, in terms of the amount of time it represents as part of my content, I would say pretty small percentage, but recently I think more because of the settlement. And then initially there was I spent a decent amount of time, like probably 4 or 5 streams where it was a significant portion of that stream. And then recently, like the last 3 or so streams, probably a significant amount either mentioning it or talking about it. And I think for the first part, I wasn't spending a ton of time. It was just like filler content that my editor selected and said, this might be interesting. And why don't we test to see how people like it to like react to legal stuff where there's pop culture or influencer connection, and to see how that does in addition to the debate content. Because I want to diversify a little bit. My channel has a bunch of debate content, has some legal
Just
stuff.
To be clear,
yeah,
I don't mind that you spend any amount of time on this. I think this is all interesting as well. I guess my main issue is just understanding. Like, it seems to me like you're seeing a level of like either dishonesty or like uncharitability on the part of Ethan in regards to like this lawsuit. Is that accurate to say?
I do see a lot of dishonesty. Yeah.
Can you elaborate specifically on like what the actual like what is he being dishonest about?
I think he's being dishonest about the motivation of the lawsuit. I think he's being dishonest about his reaction to the Casey Tron settlement, and I think he's being dishonest.
I didn't hear much about that. I don't know what the settlement ended up being.
So his reaction to the settlement is the audience is meant to think that he's very sympathetic to Casey Tron, that he believes that the apology offered is sincere. And I think that there are good reason to doubt that he feels bad for the situation that Casey Tron is in. I think there's good reason to doubt that he feels that Casey Tron's apology is sincere. And as previously stated, I think that there's a good reason to doubt the many aspects of what he was trying to convince people in his initial video and subsequent commentary. And so that's...
Is he still like told that like what she did was what he believes she did was like egregious or like malicious?
Unclear from the reaction that I just witnessed, that he still thinks that what she did was egregious. Not sure about that. I think that the reason I don't think that he thinks that it's egregious is because he wanted it to happen. And
like because he set it up as a trap, right?
People don't usually plan for things to happen that's going to be egregious to him. And the way he presents it in the initial video, he says, I couldn't have hoped, right? How do we get them to admit it? And that to me indicates that it wasn't a bad thing that those statements were there. And I'm going to ask you straight up. When he saw those admissions, do you think he was upset or happy?
When that they admitted to like intentionally, like maliciously,
Yeah. Do you think
trying
he was
to steal views
Do
from
you
it?
think that it made him upset or happy?
I think it made him upset.
You think that he was, but do you understand when you watch that initial video? I don't
Because
know.
like they've been like hardcore like dicks to him, and they're like really uncharitable to him. So for them to not only be like such terrible people towards him, and then to like take his content and then not only like use it for their own gain, but then to like intentionally try to siphon like money off of it, that to me seems like a pretty dick move, and that would probably piss me off too.
Oh, I think that that's strange credulity. This is what I think, and you tell me if you think it's absurd. I think that
It's absurd. I'm just kidding.
I'm not saying you're absurd. Maybe.
No, I know. I was trying to be a dick. I'm sorry.
No.
Go on.
Yeah, so I think that he saw them say this and like, yes, we got him. The lawsuit's going to be better because we can put that in there. I think he was happy. And in his video, he says, how do we get them to admit it? I couldn't have worked out better than what happened. Right? So he set a trap with the intention of springing it and doing that. And when those statements come out, it fulfills the purpose of the trap, right? The trap is done. Like he is set in a trap, right? To actualize a desire, correct? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, he's intentionally like he believes that they are maliciously trying to siphon money off of his things, and so he set up a trap in order to catch them red-handed, indisputably like red-handed.
Oh, so you think he was upset by the fact that these things existed? Or do you think he found it and it was like, oh, this makes my plan even better? Wouldn't it make his plan even better? Like the fact that these things exist, that means his plan, the thing he wanted to happen, the thing he was trying to actualize was more effective, wasn't it?
So I guess I could say that sure, that yes, he was probably there was some amount of happiness in the fact that they fell for the trap, but the idea of having the trap to begin with was based on their like maliciousness and
there you go,
egregiousness. What's wrong with that?
Prior to them stating those things, right? Yeah, you just said it.
I'm pretty sure.
You just said it.
I might be wrong about the timeline here. I'm not. So like my understanding is that they had been doing stuff like intentionally like saying like don't give him views, like give me money. They were saying the stuff beforehand.
Prior?
Like, before the that's my understanding.
I don't. That hasn't been presented to me. And I've debated like everyone who's defending it, where prior they're like take away views from this idiot.
Everybody else is stupid. I'm sorry. I'm not really. I'm just kidding.
Maybe, but like if such clips existed, I'm like, why haven't they been brought to my attention?
I mean, I could be totally mistaken. That's my impression, though, is that like there was behavior beforehand which showed a disregard for the fact that they were using his content to make money, and so he was like, okay, I'm gonna make a super juicy thing, and they're gonna fall for the trap. But little did he suspect that they would be so absolutely stupid as to, flat out say, hey, don't give him views, give me your money, fuck him, I'm abusing his content.
Right. So but you would agree he's not actually upset that they infringed, right?
Wait, that he's upset that what?
Like maybe in the long term, he's trying
Just repeat what you said.
He's not upset that his plan to curry infringement worked, right?
No, he's pleased that they fell for the trap.
Right.
Because
so if they hadn't fallen for
malicious prior.
No, hang on a second. If they hadn't fallen for the trap, he would be upset, right?
Yeah, sure. He'd be disappointed.
Yes,
yeah,
he'd be disappointed. Yeah. And so
what is wrong with that?
What's wrong with it is because he is trying to suggest the opposite, that this is horrible conduct that really bothered him, when in reality...
Why can't it be both?
Tell me how it can be. Explain it to me.
I mean, because they're like two separate things, right? So you can be happy that somebody fell for a trap. Like you could set a trap for like a rabbit. Like you're starving, you need to eat. You're sad that you had to kill the rabbit, but you are happy because now you have dinner.
Right. So
there's complexity here.
Okay, but like on net, you're happy, right?
Does it matter if it's on net?
Well, that's what I take to be like. I'm assuming that there's a lot of complex emotions that go over your assessment of whether something you find positive. But on balance, it doesn't really seem that he's upset about the money, right? Like, does he even says he doesn't really care about money.
Yeah, he's not doing this for the money.
Yeah.
He's doing it because of their flagrant disregard for like, what is it? I'm not 100% sure on the phrasing. What is it, the Creative Commons? Like, the idea of, using someone's content in good faith and transforming it appropriately, right? They disregarded that at his expense. And so he was like, I'm going to set a trap because these bitches are just like totally rude.
Wait. But that's assuming that they have stated that a desire to move traffic away from him in the past, right? And
sure, or at least shown some sort of like behavior that indicates that reasonably.
And that wouldn't be like, so if I said something like this, everyone
Which I have no evidence of, by the way, just to make that clear.
Okay. That's assuming that. All right. So given that you don't have
I am assuming that.
Okay.
That's my impression of the situation.
Is that before they stated an intention to siphon views using infringement?
Or not necessarily state an intention, but or at the very least behaved in a manner which implied some sort of intention to siphon views or take advantage of his content.
Okay.
That's my impression.
That's your impression. And
yes,
let's assume now for the following, that didn't happen. That all we have are the sort of statements of intentional siphoning that exists that we're aware of, which is the ones incident to this reaction stream of the content nuke. Okay. So just pretend that you don't have that. If it's the case that there are no previous statements of intentional siphoning through copyright from these creators, given that, it's implausible that the rationale here in setting the trap was to apprehend people with the intentional state of malice, right?
Implausible? No. Improbable? Perhaps.
What do you? So for me, like implausible for me personally is like less than 2%.
Okay, I would say like there's a low probability, but I would say it's not like it's above like the bare minimum threshold.
Okay.
Like there's the bare minimum threshold, which would be plausible, and then probable would be like a bit above that.
Why do you think that there's any likelihood that he actually?
Because they're actually, because from my experience watching their content and seeing the things that they say about him, that they are like pretty malicious like actors against him, in regards to like just like misframing his position on like Israel, Palestine, so on and so forth. Like that's probably the big thing, really. That like they have some like malice against him, and so
malice meaning what in that context? Like they don't like him and they lie about him.
Yeah, like they don't like him. They for whatever reason they decide that they want to like misstate his position on like Israel, Palestine. And for whatever reason,
you don't have like specific instances that you remember, right? Of that.
Nothing that I can. Okay. I do know that it is a thing that like people like Denims and Mike from PA and I think like even Hassan, if I'm not mistaken, have all kind of like made statements where or at the very least like people on like that side of the argument have made like statements that say that like misrepresent his position by calling him just like a straight up Zionist and like just like straight up pro-Israel and absolutely just like supports genocide. And
on the genocide thing, I don't know. Maybe they accused him of supporting genocide.
They did, yes, they did. They I've heard some, maybe not Denims, but I know I've heard. I want to say Mike, and I could be mistaken.
They have an ideological view that anyone that supports the state of Israel supports genocide, right?
Right, but obviously since like life is not that simple.
That's your view,
and people
right?
can have complex positions.
That's your view. Right. Like I would say the following: like anyone who supports Trump is supporting authoritarianism. That's kind of my view. Now you could say, well, that's stupid. But on their view that a support of the state of Israel is a support for genocide, I don't know. Like, would you describe that as malicious? You could say
I would describe that as a misrepresentation of someone's beliefs.
No, hang on. In what sense is it a misrepresentation? So people accuse. I would
Because
like.
if
I want to give. Let me just
that-
give you the example first. So people
Sure.
said, if you vote for Biden, you're voting for genocide. People said that. Now I think that's stupid, but it's like, and it's a stupid point. But does it constitute maliciousness?
No, it constitutes misrepresentation.
What's the misrepresentation?
Because being such a complex issue, simply maybe continuing to be allies with Israel does not necessarily imply that we are supporting a genocide. Just as Ethan, can also stand for the Palestinians and not want them to be decimated, but at the same time also don't want them to decimate Israel. You can have a complex position on this.
I know, but I just think that there's a misunderstanding of what's meant by that phrase. So when I say,
which phrase? So
when I say something like this, I say, if you vote for Trump, you're voting for authoritarianism. Someone could respond and say, well, no, I'm voting for Trump because of tax breaks. I would prefer, I'm voting in spite of the authoritarianism. I don't actually want the authoritarianism. And when I respond and I say, well, you're voting for it, and they'll just say, no, I'm not voting for that. I'm voting in spite of that. Now, we're kind of talking past each other. Can you understand what I'm saying? I'll explain a little more, but do you understand what I'm approaching?
Yes, I get what you're saying, that there's a possibility that maybe they're just miscommunicating, but I think that it's been multiple times where Ethan has elaborated on his position, clarified it, and from my understanding has a pretty reasonable position on it. But despite the expression of his complex position, they still have a very reductive view of his position.
They're just
and then
talking.
Also,
they just have a very reductive view, right? That's
they have a very reductive view.
No, just
and
let's
they
just try
also
to be good faith for a second.
Paint him negatively.
I understand that, but let's
position.
not get there first. So first, let's just try to understand the view. And I'm charitable to pro-Palestinian, pro-Israel views. I try to capture exactly what is meant.
Same.
So let's just try to capture what is being said. And I don't grant it because I think it's stupid. But the view is as follows: that when they say, if you vote for Biden, you vote for genocide, what they're expressing isn't that it's your conscious object to make a genocide occur. It is your vote for this position. The natural consequence of the position is to prolong the genocide. Just like I could say, in response to the person who says, I'm not voting for authoritarianism when I vote for Trump. I'm voting for tax rates. I don't want him to do authoritarianism. What I'm saying is, well, it's not big enough that the natural consequence of voting for Trump will be the authoritarianism. And so you're voting for it in the sense of it will be the natural consequence of the other desire that you want to actualize. That one of the side effects will be this. You sure can. Just let me finish it. And so when people understand the leftist view, that I think they're just talking past each other. What they're saying is, you claim to be against genocide, yet you're supporting a thing that will cause it. And regardless of your protestations to the contrary, you voting that way shows your indifference to it. That's the criticism. And I think that there needs to be care in understanding what is being said by the other side at its, in its strongest incarnation.
I don't think the voting analogy works, because this is just a matter of just complex feelings about two separate sides of an issue, whereas voting is a direct action that would cause an actual maybe harmful result. So they're not completely
No, wait,
but I do understand generally the
hang
point.
on. Let's address that. So the kind of
before, because you're going to keep doing the thing that I'm concerned about. So I want to ask you.
Yeah.
This is you linearizing, correct?
In a sense, yeah. Well, I just want to take things one at a time. I'm just saying.
Right.
We can talk all over that, but I want to address your what you just said. What you just said is essentially voting is different than a stated position because
a little bit.
Well, if you feel pigeonholed, do you want me not to address what you just said? You want me to ignore it and move past it?
Oh, I just feel like the linearizing kind of separates from the complexity of the actual issue.
I'm trying to address what you just said, and you're saying that you're taking an objection to it. I want to say, before you say anything else, can we address what you just said? And you're like, that's ignoring the complexity. Well, the whole point of me trying to break it down is because I want to be respectful to what you just said.
Well, with all due respect, I am trying to just understand your method of analysis. So
Okay.
I can take a back seat and allow you to continue with your line of thought. I just want to bring this up because I think that it's, with all due respect, because I do actually really enjoy your content.
Yeah.
I do respect your work. I do find it as a maybe like a shortcoming of yours that you rely too heavily on the linearization.
Okay.
So, but please take the reins.
Okay. So first, the meta point. I think that it's actually can be disrespectful to you if I like ignore what you say. And I actually, you're not the first person to have this problem with. And it is, I think it's the shortcoming socially, because I think there is a social norm.
Well, you are on the internet.
Yeah, I know. In certain contexts. And I will do this in certain contexts in interpersonal situations. Depending on who you are interpersonal. Some people get frustrated with me interpersonally as well. But like in an interpersonal sense, when I'm just trying to like go along and get along, you know, you're at a party, whatever, and just like whatever, and you let things slide, right? And so there's kind of a social norm. Someone will say something, and maybe you don't just address it. Maybe you just take turns talking at each other and saying different things to each other and just absorbing them, right? But I think in the context of like a discussion about an issue where both sides are, where we're not kind of just doing this like kind of social conversation interaction. We're just like talking, where you could say something like, you know, my mother Kathy said this and this, and I'm like, well, did you know that, you know, my son Billy went off to a kayaking school, and where we're not really interrogating the propositions the other person is saying. You understand? So, but when we're having like a discussion about a thing, I actually find it very distressing and disrespectful when I say something, for example, I bring something up, and the other side like doesn't address it and doesn't, and I'm like, what, are we having a conversation? And so when that's the norm that I'm kind of like, so I'll hear you say something. You'll say something like, well, you're kind of saying the analogy breaks down because we're comparing two different situations. One in which a person is just kind of expressing a view, and the other where they're doing something of consequence, where they're voting, which can actually produce a bad result. And I want to be respectful of the point you brought. Now I'm going to disagree with it, and then I'm going to be like, "This is not correct." And but I think more disrespectful would be like ignoring you and being like, "Well, you said this, and I'm just like not going to respond to it." I find the notion of that to be like conversation destroying. Now, if that makes me autistic or something, and that makes me like
a little,
yeah, but like I guess that I'm autistic, but I guess I'm discovering it all the time.
It's like, I don't take it in any negative sense. I don't find that you're, you know.
This is ridiculous. You make a point and you say I'm autistic for responding to it.
It's not that you're responding to it. It's in the manner by which you respond to it. That's more of what it is.
How can I respond to it other than agreeing with it that wouldn't make me autistic?
Because of the whole linearizing thing, that I think it's like you structuralize things to like you try to bring the argument into like this formula that I think like kind of neuters it and kind of removes it from the complexity of the situation in order to kind of like narrow down on a particular point. But I don't think it always gets the full picture.
I think it's possible you can miss some of the big picture, and I think it's possible that communication can be fucked up. And I get that. But when people are like questioning propositions or claims that others are making, right? Like I'm bringing a pretty big claim. I'm saying Ethan and company are being deceptive about stuff.
Yes.
And you're like challenging why I think that. And one of the things you're saying, well, it's possibly not deceptive because of a set of different complaints or bad blood by other conduct and lies by other people. And so right now, my claim is being called into question, which by you, in a way where I have a vested interest in defending my claim because I believe it, and because, well, hang on, if I can't hang on to my claim, then I'm kind of just like talking shit in an unjustified manner. And so it really matters to me that I not be debunked on the claim that I'm pressing, right? So given that, can you understand why I would want to pursue every potential criticism in a linear fashion, in an organized fashion, and so that it's not lost, and so no one can say, "Oh, you ignored natural phenomenon when they said this," you know?
I just I don't know, maybe this is just like a point of like disagreement that we might have to just to get
Yeah.
past, and I can allow you to kind of like
Appreciate
explain
that.
like the analogy or whatever you feel like you need to. I feel that there's more than one way to skin a cat, and I think that that this method of linearizing is effective in some manners, maybe not as effective in other manners that I can't fully articulate because you're pretty unique in this regard. I've not really talked to somebody who or listened to somebody who debates in this fashion.
So
you really like prop logic, don't you?
No, I was just
Really?
No, I don't like prop.
Okay.
Like I was introduced to formal prop logic in a kind of formal sense, actually fairly recently.
Oh, interesting.
But I mean, I'm a lawyer. LSAT has logical reasoning and stuff in it.
Yeah.
And I'm an organized thinker. I think I'm a structured thinker. I try to be, but it doesn't mean that I like maybe. But here I'm gonna try to approach the conversation differently. Like you said that thing. Like imagine we rewind the clock. You said that thing like, well, voting it could have a really bad result. And then now I'm gonna be me. But don't you think Ethan's like kind of crazy?
Well, you'd have to if you had just said, "Don't you think Ethan's crazy?" and like ended it there, that would be an issue. But if you said, "Don't you think Ethan's crazy because he did X and Y," and as a with supporting facts,
don't you think Ethan's crazy? I mean, like he's all the time having these strange looks about him, and I just don't like him.
I feel like that's it's removed from the topic.
Yeah, we're not even having a conversation, right? You just said something, and I'm like, well, I just think Ethan kind of silly. And then,
but I mean,
wait, no, now you respond. What would you say if I said that in response to you?
I would ask you to go into deeper detail.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, he just kind of. Have you ever seen the H3 conversation where he reacts to Vape Nation?
So I feel like I get the point that you're trying to make. Is that to you, it feels nonsensical. It feels like it kind of becomes absurd. Correct?
It becomes absurd because if we can't ground out like what our claims are, and we're just like having a conversation, just like shooting the shit, then it's like, all right, well then we'll just chill. You know, we can just chill and just talk about whatever.
I guess I just feel that
like I have to be able to address.
This is a really
things
interesting
you
conversation.
Say.
I'm really, and this is interesting. Trying to like figure out how to like.
There's just no way around it. Like if we're gonna have a conversation, we need to like agree on what we're talking about, or otherwise we're just shooting the shit and having the kind of a social encounter.
I feel like we can agree, but we can agree without having to force everything into a linear path.
How else would we approach it? I mean, we could take turns judging claims, but then there's just separate points of like linear argumentation. And then we're just like arbitrarily bifurcating it or something. But we could if it would feel better. Or if you want me to play defense and where you're kind of like interrogating my view, we can definitely do that. But whatever we do, we have to like agree on what we're doing.
I guess my point is that like your linearizing is useful, and I think it is not something that you should stop doing. But and I could be wrong in all this. I admit that I could be wrong in all this. Maybe I am the autistic one. That I feel like it breaks down at a point where you're losing some of the conversation.
What am I losing?
I feel like for example, you're linearizing, trying to like paint this picture of like supporting Biden or saying voting for Trump is like being authoritarian or whatever. Oh god, I just blanked out.
I don't think something that might happen is we're on the wrong issue and I get obsessed with like a side issue, or you're missing the big picture because there's something else that's unspoken that's on the table that we're addressing. And so the way it's losing the broader context is it's focused on something where the attention should not be focused. But I understood your focus to want to be at the start of this conversation on my claim that there's some deception going on. And so given that that is what I think you want to talk about, I don't understand how I'm losing broader context by focusing on it, because it doesn't seem like a irrelevant point. It seems like one that's relevant.
I feel like it's like I'm trying to elucidate, like, you know, the complexity of a position, and it seems like you want to linearize on like one facet of that position and draw a conclusion from that individual like linearized like formula. But the factuality of like the reality of it is that like you know,
yeah,
you can.
I want to disentangle the things you said to see if they stand up to scrutiny.
Yeah, and that's totally welcome. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that. This might be something I might have to like pause on in that regard and just think back on it. Because this is actually really interesting, but it's also a lot to think about. I'd like to I wanted to back up.
Sure.
Just going back to the whole like Ethan thing.
Yeah.
I wanted, because there was a point that I wanted to try to like make and get your response to it.
Sure.
I'm just trying to remember exactly what it was. How's life?
It's good. It's a holiday season. A boop,
You know, just authoritarianism.
Yeah. There's a lot of shit going on. A lot of fucked up Trump stuff. But life is good, you know, just in the city. I might be moving apartments soon. Maybe try to get out to the boroughs, maybe get to Queens or Brooklyn.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Just to see what it's like.
Would you consider some of the other upstate New York cities your sister cities?
Upstate New York cities? Like Albany?
Any of them?
I don't really go there. I kind of just stay in the city. But there's
well,
like
I mean,
a lot
would you consider them like, you know, like we're fellow New Yorkers, you know, just kind of.
I think it's a little bit, because I wasn't like born in New York, and I've been here less than 10 years, and so
I take it all back then.
When I say like I'm a New Yorker, I kind of feel a little stolen valor there. Yeah, I'm like a transplant. Like came here for some firm stuff, and even before that, but it's been less than a decade. I feel like you need a decade under your belt to call yourself a New Yorker. So I almost feel bad trying to judge people's New Yorkness. You should. I feel like there's so. So we're just like
I can't
chilling.
remember what the fucking point I wanted to make. Fuck.
How's stuff with your family?
This has been like a really like deep conversation, and I appreciate it. You know,
this is what I feel like it's like to not agree on what to talk about. Where, you know, there's can be merits to what we're doing right now. Like we're socializing.
There's no merit. Like this is literally just bullshitting until I remember the actual point I wanted to make.
Yeah. I mean, I can talk if you want me to filibuster for a little bit. Would you like that?
Sure.
All right.
If you're cool with that.
Yeah, no problem. So
I'll look back on my.
So folks, it's okay. Don't worry. I think that it's important to have in your mind, like what conversation you're having, what you intend. Like sometimes I bring on Josiah and he just wants to like, we just like memeing at each other. We'll bring up whatever. And I think that there's no need at that point to like force conversation in a particular way. But I kind of feel like sometimes, I don't know so much, like interpersonally, sometimes this will rear its head where there will be claims made interpersonally where it's not really about what's being said as well. And it's kind of like the subtext about it. And so it's less bouncing off or like on the one specific thing, but more about how one is making someone else feel. So I'm not trying to claim that what I do works in every different social encounter. But I do think that like in order to have like an effective conversation about claims and the truth or falsity of claims, you really do need to agree on what it is you're talking about. And if you don't agree on what you're talking about, or what the point is, or what is relevant, then it's like you're just like uttering monkey sounds at each other. And you're just like, ooh, ooh, ah, ah. You might as well say that. But listen,
filibustering.
Yeah. Did you have a thought? Because remind everybody.
My only thought was like, damn, this guy's good at filibustering. I guess I
started this whole
now.
thing. I started this whole thing by saying I think that there is some deception going on from the H3 people. And you asked me. You actually started by asking, why are you like spending an inordinate amount of time on it?
I didn't ask anything about the time you spent on it. I know I actually don't mind you spending the time on it because I find this interesting.
Or like, why are you focusing on it? Maybe as opposed to
No.
time?
I asked. I wanted to understand why you felt that Ethan or you saw so much malice and like maybe lies in Ethan's position. That was where I was.
Because I think the evidence shows, in my opinion, my interpretation of the evidence, that he is knowingly trying to pass off things that are not true. And that, I think, is the definition of a lie. True? So, for example, the statement that he feels that Casey Tron's apology is sincere. That's what I think.
Isn't that just like a kind of like, okay, all right, like a drawing down of arms?
What do you mean by drawing down of arms?
Like, saying like, okay, so I accept her apology. Like maybe he doesn't actually believe it, but it's just like, all right, she's made like a public statement. Like I'm not really in this for like the money.
Dishonest, right? So that's if you're saying, isn't that just to lower the temperature? And he's saying something he knows to be untrue to lower the temperature. You're just saying yes, he's lying, just for a good purpose. So understand that by saying that, you're just acknowledging that I'm correct, that it's a lie. If you believe that,
I guess I wonder if.
Can you acknowledge that?
You say
if it's the case, this is why
yes, I acknowledge that.
Okay. Because
I
the reason I do this,
the
reason I do this is because
that would be a lie.
Sometimes I feel like I'm not being responded to.
You're painting it negatively. I feel like people lie for all sorts of reasons, and if it's just to like draw down arms, then I don't think that's really as bad as at least I'm perceiving that you are making it to be.
Well, I think that if I had a reason to think that the lie was good and for a good purpose and motivated by charity, maybe I could be convinced that it was therefore justified. But in general, I think lying is bad as a normal matter, and I'm going to need to have some evidence that it's worth it. I think the evidence, if we agree he lied, is that it's to further protect himself and to make him seem like a good guy. And I don't think it's really motivated.
So you don't think that Casey. He has any sort of like actual like, all right, like she apologized. I'm not trying to financially destroy these people. I'm just trying to teach them a lesson. Like you don't believe that that's how Ethan feels?
No, because if he did feel that way, he would give back the money. This money, whatever's left over.
Has he actually like received any money in this regard?
The settlement stipulates that, for at least what Casey Tron said, that the remainder of whatever is left of her GoFundMe will go to Ethan. If he really felt this way, I think that he would give all that money and then pay her attorney's fees.
Was the GoFundMe specifically for the purpose of like fighting the legal case against Ethan? Then I mean that's maybe not so much giving the money back, because technically she did put herself in like legal jeopardy, and thus that money is like up for ante, right?
So I don't think he really feels that bad about her situation. I think that he wants to look like a good guy, and he wants to move on because he can claim victory. He gets the apology he wants.
Complexity of position. He can both say like, okay, like this was resolved. She apologized. The legal process played itself out. I don't need to go any further. So now that she's apologized, I will draw down arms.
Yeah,
but that doesn't require him to like give back the money.
No, I'm not arguing it requires him to do it. I'm just saying that I think someone who actually felt that Casey gave a sincere apology, that presupposes that you think that she's genuinely remorseful, right? And that's what Ethan claims. And if she's genuinely remorseful, then and in addition, there's two, right? If someone is genuinely remorseful and one recognizes the tough financial position they're in, and added third, one has stated that money is not a reason for this lawsuit, then in what sense would it make sense for such a person with those combined motivations to extract further value from the settlement? And this is in addition to the notion that it's sincere, given that the statement was almost certainly cleared by both sets of attorneys and a subject of negotiation. And that, to me, I think is additional evidence that I don't think it's sincere.
Her financial situation, it was her own doing when she
that's not relevant.
to...
Whether it's her own doing or not doesn't matter.
Okay, so you are responsible for like your own circumstances.
No one's questioning
right?
that. No one's questioning.
Okay, so if she's now in like financial dire straits because she wanted to be a dick to Ethan, that seems to me like that's her problem.
Did I say it's not her problem?
When I
this
say
is
it's
why I
not her
linearize,
problem,
right? Like we're not talking to each other right now. I never made the claim that it's,
actually.
No, we're not actually. So I never made the claim that it's not her problem. So I don't know who.
I'm going to explain. I'm going to elaborate.
Go for it.
Yeah. So when I say it's not her, oh God, how did I say it? Basically, she made her bed. She needs to lie in it. Ethan can both be.
When you say can, you mean when you say can, you mean logically it's possible?
That it is possible. Yes.
Okay, that's my. When I say can't, I'm not making a claim about what's logically possible. I'm talking about what is likely and probable. So,
and I'm saying it's possible in the sense that like it is likely.
Okay, so let's replace possible but with likely. Okay, go for it.
Okay, sure. Whatever word works for you.
No. It matters because if I'm seen to be disputing that it's possible, that people will hear that and be like, "Oh, you think it's literally impossible?" So I would prefer
right. In your position.
I'd prefer
if
hang on a second.
Your words matter.
I would prefer if what you mean by possible is likely for you to use the word likely.
Then I will use likely.
Okay.
I understand like words are important and people can misconstrue them. So, and your position as a public streamer is yes, I'm aware. So I guess Casey Tron chose to, in my understanding, be malicious against somebody who she knew that she was like legally in the wrong with. Like she was taking advantage of his content and decided to like basically not only take advantage of that content, but like flaunt that she was taking advantage of that content. And so the money she raised as like, through a GoFundMe as a donation from other people, not through her like own money, that money is up for ante in this whole thing.
When you say it's up for ante, you mean that's just a descriptive state of reality, or do you mean it's normatively it's up for, it's not claimed by anybody?
That it is, that the purpose of the money was gathered for the sake of the trial, and it's not
for the sake of the litigation, and to
litigation, and for the sake of the litigation,
and to protect Casey Tron, correct?
Yes, in order to like to deal with her legal issues.
You don't think that she like extracted that money unfairly? It seems like she's using them.
No, not at all.
There was a specific purpose, and people who supported her were doing it for this purpose. Got it.
Right. And so I don't think that I think that Ethan can also have
you mean logically can?
Sorry. Ethan I'm trying to think of how you would prefer me to word this. I'll just say what I want to say and then you correct me. I think that Ethan can both be accepting of the apology and wanting to make a point, and the idea of giving the money back is not. I don't think that that's like a should. I think that he should do or ought do, or it wouldn't be the moral thing to do. And him not giving the money back doesn't counteract the the authenticity of his acceptance of her apology.
When you say it doesn't, you mean logically it doesn't?
I guess maybe likely is the word you would prefer me to
Yeah,
use.
it would. I would actually prefer it because when you insert likely there, everything seems like fucked up when you start doing that, and you insert likely into all the different places where you're trying to make that argument. So I'm not talking about what is moral or what is ethical. You agree with that? I'm only talking about what's in his mind. So you could say he shouldn't give the money back. That's just not the claim that I'm addressing.
Okay.
Separately, I might make that claim, but
Okay.
The question right now is just about a state of mind, and this is why I linearize, right? Because we need to be specific about what we're talking about. So I'm not.
Okay, let's skip the meta. I'm just
Okay.
going to ask you a follow-up.
All right. Wait.
So
Hang on. I want to
when-
respond to what you said.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you said basically that there's nothing inconsistent about feeling that Casey Tron had sincere apology and thinking that her situation is incredibly unfortunate and expressing sympathy for her financial situation, and not quote unquote giving the money back. Before I respond to that, you agree, don't you, that it's not a question about quote unquote giving the money back? It's Casey Tron's money initially, correct? It's her money?
I don't believe it would be initially Casey Tron's money. It would be initially the money of the people who donated it to her.
No, but they transferred it to her, right? So it's her money at the moment, correct?
Yes, I guess in that tactical sense, yes. I will
Okay.
agree with that.
So it's not giving the money back because, if anything, right, the money is moving hands one more time to the extent that it's not swallowed up by the lawyer's fees, and it might be all swallowed up by the lawyer's fees. So queer about that. But to the extent that there's a leftover there, it would be transferring to another party who is both not the initial giver, not Casey Tron, not the lawyers. It's some other person. That is Ethan and the clients, correct?
If I understand correctly, then yes.
Okay, so my claim isn't that it's logically inconsistent for him to hold those views. I'm saying it's not plausible or likely to hold those views. And my reason why are the following. A, he knows the terms of the apology were negotiated by the lawyers, their point of negotiation. And therefore, there's already reason to doubt the sincerity of the negotiated terms. And I'll just ask you right now, in the deepest of your hearts, do you think that Casey Tron's apology is sincere and that she would say these things that she's saying, but for her being forced to say them from a financial perspective?
I do not believe that I feel she likely is sorry that she got caught.
So you don't think it's a sincere apology, correct?
I think it's unlikely to be
Do you believe it's a sincere apology, yes or no?
I believe it's unlikely to be sincere.
Okay. Given that it's unlikely to be sincere, and that's your reading of it, do you think that Ethan Klein, and do you think it's a close call whether it's sincere?
Based on my understanding of Casey Tron over the years, I think it's likely that it is not sincere.
And do you think that that's pretty obvious, right?
I would say it's fairly obvious.
Yeah. So
my understanding.
Given that these are terms specifically negotiated in a back and forth way by attorneys, and given what's contained within the apology, which are things that any reasonable person looking at it, Casey would feel uncomfortable. We think that it's highly likely that Casey Tron would not utter. And given the fact that she looks so miserable saying it, given her demeanor, we both agree that it's very unlikely that this is a genuine apology. Agreed?
Okay. Yes.
So why does Ethan say it was a genuine apology? Do you think it's plausible that he really thinks it's sincere?
I guess now that we have, I guess, like maybe nailed this down a little bit better, I would say it is likely that he does not believe it's sincere, but due to the fact that like she has like gone through the effort to like make this public statement,
He's lying
and
right?
agree to the terms.
You think it's like, so I just want to be clear before you say anything. You think it's likely Ethan Klein is lying, correct?
I think it's likely that Ethan Klein is lying.
Okay. And why is it justified to lie in that context?
Because the lesson has been taught.
So it's justified to lie to your audience about someone being genuinely remorseful when they're not remorseful, Because
I feel like you're loading this way too much.
How is it loading?
I just feel like you're loading it with like he lied. He lied. It's more like, you know, I would say it's a white lie, right? It's a drawing down of arms. It's a acknowledgement that he made her have to humiliate herself, and that was the punishment. That was the actual punishment that he wanted.
He didn't want a sincere apology. He wanted an insincere apology.
I think that he would prefer a sincere apology, but I think he
was satisfied with
really
the
wants
insincere.
is
He wants a public submission.
What I think he really wants is what's the word I'm looking for? Recuperation, recompense. Another
what
word
sense?
for that.
Not financial. You would agree, not
right.
financial.
The lesson I think that he is trying to teach is, if you're going to use my content, to
not say
critique,
that you want to siphon.
Yeah, please don't be malicious about the intention to siphon.
No,
money.
no. That's not enough, because that is accomplished by XQC and all these others. It's just about whether you literally say it, correct?
Do we have reason to believe that XQC is actually malicious?
Yes. Did you see the video I presented where Ethan describes him
I
as
did,
such?
but it was a long time ago. I didn't actually.
Ethan literally says he's intentionally siphoning, and there's no other reason he's stealing money. That's how he characterizes XQC. So it's not about that. It's about whether you say it. It would be like saying, no,
it could be, I
just want to be like,
yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that.
What we're meant to believe the precedent is not don't steal from me. It's don't steal from me and then say you're stealing from me. You can steal from me, but just don't say it.
Yes, that is what I meant, and I probably didn't say it properly. Yeah, but yes, that is the thing.
And that's worth lying about to set that. So you lie about the sincerity of the apology so that we can really cement that precedent in, which is you can steal from me, continue to steal from me, continue to steal, do complete reaction, share reacts to my stream, and I'm cool with it just as long as you don't say that's what you're doing. How does anyone buy this shit? This shit is so fucking facially ridiculous. This is so stupid.
Yeah,
you can throw all of this away and say,
getting so worked up.
No, because it's laughable. That's why, because people come on and all respect to you, they come on and they try to do these weird games.
Sir, I am offended.
To justify it, when you can just easily just get to the heart of it.
Fighting words.
Everything makes sense when you say he just wants to make these people submit. There's no broader purpose. Excuse me, sorry. I'm getting too worked up. You're
right. Are you foaming at the mouth?
I'm foaming at the mouth. So he's trying to get these people to submit because he doesn't like them. He doesn't like them, and that explains everything. And then he lies because he wants to appear to be the good guy and to appear to be reasonable. That's it.
So this is the thing: is do you have an issue with somebody using the law to get back at somebody who has
depends
basically broken the law to basically harm you?
It depends.
Fair.
Like when Trump does it, no.
No, yeah. I guess I'm trying to figure out what the core of our disagreement is, and I'm thinking maybe it might just be
you think it's okay if he lies about stuff,
the use of litigation to kind of get back at people who have I think from my understanding been pretty unfair to him.
I think that I don't agree as a ethical matter to use the copyright statute in this fashion to settle unrelated scores.
Is that the core of this?
No, it's not the core of it. I think there's a problem as well with presenting yourself as the defender of fair use, as he does in his initial video, when it has nothing to do with it, and then convincing your audience about it. But I don't like the copyright statute being used like this in this way for these kinds of lawsuits. I think it's petty and dumb.
I mean, sure, I could agree that it's petty. Do I think that they deserve it? A little.
Why?
If I understand the story. I mean, like I said, if my understanding of their relationship and the things that I'm aware that they say about him, I can't blame him for, basically attacking where they leave themselves open.
So to be clear, if for example, let me just take an example. Just don't say anything for 10 seconds.
Okay, I'll do Jeopardy music. Do, 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 do,
Okay,
do,
got it.
do.
Would you support a lawsuit by Tim Pool against Destiny for copyright infringement? If, let's say, Destiny reacts to something that Tim Pool says, and Tim Pool goes after a clearly infringing reaction by Destiny, and he says, Destiny has lied to me a bunch about whether or not I knew about payments from Russia. And so that's why I'm saying, would you support that lawsuit?
Yes.
Why?
Because it is his choice to use the law, to pursue a lawsuit if he feels that his content is, or if he feels like he's being infringed in some sort of way. Like, that is what the law is for.
So anything,
regardless of his personal reasons.
You will support any legal claim where there's a meritorious theory behind it? You will support bringing a lawsuit for any meritorious legal claim?
I would support the right to do it, but I may have.
That's not what I'm asking. Wait, but that's an equivocation. I'm asking whether you would support it, not whether you would support his right to do it.
Okay. I suppose.
Isn't the answer obviously no?
I mean, I think I would still say yes if Tim felt that that there was legal grounds there, if that it was meritorious, then I mean, yeah, like
there's no world, but no, you would not support that. What would we all be saying?
Like I wouldn't.
What would we all be saying if Tim Pool did that?
I would say that that sucks, but I mean, like, Destiny left himself exposed.
You would actually support Tim Pool, possibly threatening his channel, engaging in this expensive litigation, when it was clear that what bothered him wasn't the infringement, it's the claims about Russia.
That would be on Destiny to not leave himself exposed in such a manner.
So I just don't know what to say.
Am I mistaken in that? Like,
that's just a different claim. Whether or not it's someone's responsibility, right? You would agree it's someone's responsibility, all else equal, for them to defend themselves and not make them vulnerable, correct?
Say that again, but slower.
It's the responsibility of someone to the extent possible, reasonably possible, for them not to make themselves vulnerable. Don't go out into dangerous parts of town. And if someone got robbed and the dangerous part of town, I'm not saying that infringement suits are like robbery. It's just to prove the point.
Yeah, because there's a drastic difference there,
I know.
Right?
But if you could say something like they have a responsibility to defend themselves and not make themselves vulnerable, all while condemning the theft, right? So there's nothing inconsistent about you saying or me saying that in this hypothetical he should have not made himself vulnerable.
I think you would need a
wait. Let me
different
finish
analogy.
it. Make sure you're listening. I'm not saying that they're exactly the same. What I'm telling you is there's nothing inconsistent.
I understand that they're not.
I'm not saying. Okay, just listen to it. There's nothing inconsistent with you saying it's up to him to defend himself, and also saying I condemn the lawsuit. Those are not at odds. So it doesn't distinguish it. I'm not asking you whether it's his responsibility to defend himself. I'm asking, would you condemn the lawsuit?
I don't like the use of the word condemn, I guess.
Because he ought do it. I'm just speaking about condemn in the sense of ought he file this lawsuit? Ought Tim Pool do it? Should he file the lawsuit? Yes
I
or
think
no?
if the law is broken, then you have
every time
you ought pursue like if you feel that it is necessary to do so,
No.
pursue it.
Wait. So whether you ought do it depends on whether Tim Pool thinks he ought do it.
Yes.
What? Why?
Because I feel like that's the unbiased position to have. Like I shouldn't have a different opinion on this because I maybe like disagree politically with Tim Pool, right?
I think that I'm trying to push that to show you that the fragility of your ultimate position, which is you shouldn't just take a view that you'll always support a lawsuit when there's a valid legal claim underneath it. Because to do that would be to grant, bad faith actors kind of settling scores in other ways. Not that it's not legal to do, but that it's not ethical to do. We prefer if there was actually some motive related to what the copyright statute is meant to do and meant to protect, which is to promote the sciences and arts. That's the IP, right? Like to promote the creation of those things. If there is some monetary reason, if there is some true protection reason, then we could support it. But I don't think that I agree with this way.
So my understanding of what you're saying is that like using like would I condemn the lawsuit if it's being used
should
in
he
a manner
file it?
that is
in the example I give, should Tim Pool file the lawsuit?
I mean, yes. I'm trying to think of why I would say no, other than like a personal reason, right? Unless but my personal reason doesn't reflect the way the actual law is. No?
Yeah, before we get into that, yeah, no, I agree. It doesn't necessarily map onto what the law is. What do you think the reaction would be of Destiny fans or of liberals?
I mean, it would be unfortunate.
No, what do you think the reaction would be to such a lawsuit?
I think people would find it unfortunate.
They would be like, this fucking asshole, who cares about this shit? He's just trying to silence him. He's just trying to fuck with him, right?
Some people might take that position.
No, don't you think most? You think most would be like, fuck around, find out?
I mean, like his fans, sure, but I mean, like there are more people on the internet than just his fans, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think basically the fact that they would be completely opposite reactions. To say nothing of, you can insert any creator there, insert some big, like let's say that Trump released a video and basically said from the Trump organization in his personal capacity, we're selling new Trump clocks. And we're doing all this amazing stuff with Trump clocks and Trump watches. And then Dave Pakman reacts to the entirety of the ad. And then Trump sues Dave Pakman for copyright infringement. I feel like we would, notwithstanding, let's say that Pakman just does a chair react and like laughs over the ad or something. Doesn't actually provide any news commentary or anything, just laughs over it. And then just because it's so funny and ridiculous, let's say as an ad, Trump sues Pakman. None of us would be like, yeah, that's a base lawsuit.
My understanding of the copyright thing is that like that would still be like transformative. So
to just laugh over an ad?
Sure, that laughing at a ridiculous ad is a form of criticism, is it not?
I guess it is. Do you think it's sufficient for fair use purposes?
I don't know the exact legal standards, so I can't say. But
what if you smile, not laugh?
I would say
you
yes.
Smile. So, do you think it's possible that
if it's under 30
be successful,
seconds, right?
No, 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Oh, sorry.
That you think it's possible, by which I mean plausible. You think it's plausible that someone could fulfill factor one of the fair use analysis, purpose and character of the work, and that usually grounds out into transformativeness, by having the entirety of a work, an audiovisual work, presented to their audience, and not saying anything, but just like chuckling and laughing. That it's plausible, without any cuts, without any edits, that you could react in that way, and that you would succeed on factor 1 of purpose and character of the use.
In my mind, yes. Because I find that like laughing or mocking this ad would be transformative. It would be a criticism.
Then why doesn't why isn't her use fair?
I mean, I don't know the details. I don't know the details. I don't know the details.
If
so
that's your view of fair use, that you can achieve fair use by laughing and doing that little reaction, why is Casey Tron? Why in your mind is this deserved? Because in your mind, clearly it's fair use.
Well, I mean,
you fucked yourself.
Sure,
you fucked yourself. Yeah. So
no, I can bite that bullet. Because like, I
so
mean,
you
like,
condemn the lawsuit because it's fair use.
It was, but they settled, right?
Yeah, but why would you bring a lawsuit where it's clearly fair use?
My understanding is that she did actually make some sort of statements or like some
it's
sort
fair
of
use.
intimations that
I can say I want to extract money. If it's fair use, it's fair use. If it's fair use, it's not infringement. And so I can be like, yeah, I want to steal your money, but if it's actually fair use, there's no infringement.
I can't actually.
Let me summarize it. Let me summarize it. I'm going to summarize it. You think about it. So you just said that.
I need to know what Casey Tron actually said.
So you don't. Okay, no, but then that's an even bigger problem. That's an even bigger problem because if you don't know the nature of her react and whether or not it qualifies for fair use on your view, then you should be agnostic as to whether you support the lawsuit.
I've been saying from the beginning that of my understanding, like that I am not like fully keyed on every aspect of this. My position
Did you hear what I just said?
What did Casey Tron say?
That's not what I just said. What I just said is if it's the case that on your own view of what fair use is, which is highly minimal to qualify for fair use, that you don't know what Casey Tron did and whether or not it qualifies as fair use. On your own view, you should be agnostic as to whether she should be sued.
I guess yes, I would be I would be agnostic. Yeah.
So you are agnostic as to whether she should be sued, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know whether or not Ethan is doing the right thing, right?
In terms of meeting the legal standards, I can't say that. Okay. My I guess my support for the lawsuit is more on like moral grounds.
Wait, you support a lawsuit where you are agnostic as to whether or not it would be fair use?
Perhaps support is not the correct word to use. Understanding. I understand why he might do such a thing. Due to
I understand why Hitler might want to kill
of their actions.
I understand why Osama or Hitler might want to kill people. Do you think that's an interesting point? Like, yeah, I might understand stuff. I understand why
it is interesting. Yeah.
But like, why would we care about that? Yeah, I understand why they want to do horrible stuff or good stuff
why would you
or bad
care
stuff.
About the reason why?
No, I'm just telling you in terms of like the ought conversation that we're having about whether to condemn something or not. It doesn't really turn on like our comprehension of it, except to the extent that it affects the analysis. But like, yeah, I can say I understand why Ethan wants to do it too.
Yeah, that's basically where I'm coming from. Is that I like, okay, so maybe this is like the issue, the talking past each other. It seems that like maybe you're more focused on like the meritorious nature of the actual legal issue, whereas
no, I'm not. I mean, no. It's exactly the opposite. I grant that these are almost certainly infringing contents. So it's not, for me, it's not turning on legal analysis. But like, what I think is the untenable position is that I will support any lawsuit which has a likely meritorious claim. I think that's insane. That can't be the standard. And I think it's so obvious. Like if Tim Pool went after Hutch or something, let's say that Hutch reacted fully, but kind of minimally to my debate with Tim Pool, right? And Hutch reacts to that. And then Tim Pool sues Hutch for infringement because Hutch said something about Tim Pool getting Russian money or something, so he didn't like what Hutch said. All of us would be against that lawsuit. We would all wait. You agree, wouldn't you? All of us would rally around Hutch to protect our boy. You agree we would do that? No way.
It would depend. It would depend.
There is no literal way that all of us would rally around Hutch.
It would depend. I would tell you, it would depend for me personally.
You really?
Yes.
You're thinking that, this Tim Pool, the evil empire in bed with Trump, comes after Hutch on some bullshit copyright thing. Okay, he didn't really react.
There's a distinction between like the law and my like personal feelings about
correct.
Tim Pool.
Wouldn't all the confounding factors lead you to the other way? And the confounding factor is fuck Tim Pool. Like he's trying to use the copyright statute to litigate disagreements.
But I would say that like if he feels that there was a meritorious claim there, then he should pursue it.
He should pursue it if he thinks it's a meritorious claim? So Trump should pursue claims he thinks are meritorious?
That's a little bit more iffy because he's the president and we don't want the president like directing the DOJ, right? Like that's
okay.
Right? Maybe
okay, but in his personal capacity after he wasn't the president, suing everybody and their cat after 2021.
I would say that legally he is that he's fine to do that. Do I think personally that that's cool, or that I think that he should in a moral sense?
I just want to be clear. I'm not asking if legally he has the right to do it. I'm only asking you your thought of
I'm just trying to draw that there's I feel like I'm just trying to like point out that there is a distinction between like how I would personally feel like because of how I feel about like Tim Pool perhaps versus like
what I'm
whether
saying
or not
here.
like the legal
that's
like,
what I'm
action...
saying. Let's all like pretend like forget about the pretense that this is about the underlying copyright aspect. All of us think it's bullshit.
So like I said, like I definitely think that he's doing it for like personal reasons. I think I've said that like
and only personal reasons, not for the copyright reasons. That's what I'm saying is the plausible reading.
Right.
Right as in you agree with me?
I think haven't I agreed with that from the beginning?
I'm not sure.
That they've been personally like reprehensible towards him, and so they legally left themselves.
Do you actually
vulnerable.
know that, by the way? So what do you know what reprehensible things have been done to Ethan by these three people?
I would say that like the one thing that I know that I've heard things from like Denham's at the very least, I think, and I could be mistaken, that that like I said, they misrepresent his position on Israel-Palestine and then use that to, and I think this is actually the point I wanted to mention earlier, is that they use that to basically slander him, to make him out to be like this evil person that they can rally their audience against him.
Okay, you think it's possible, you tell me if it's true, that they actually think his views are reprehensible?
Depends on how stupid they are. I don't know, honestly. I don't know. Like
let me give you an example.
Heart or whatever.
I think that there are like people like Brianna Joy Gray or whatever that just like have bad, shitty views, and that think a bunch of shit is evil. Like there are people who say, Biden deserves full blame for some stupid thing, and they are sincere about it. Are they doing something reprehensible? Like maybe we would say in the realm of political speech, it's like stupid and bad statements. Maybe, yeah, I guess. But is it of the character such that we would typically think, you know what, we should twist the arm of the law on some unrelated matter to address these thought crimes and crimes of speech?
But in Ethan's case, he's not twisting the arm. They've flat out admitted what they were doing.
No, but when I say twist the arm, what I just mean is, maybe that's the wrong.
Like they're torturing the law. Like
I don't mean. I didn't mean it in that sense. I mean invoke the courts on some corollary issue that isn't central to the reason we're here. That's what I mean. Not twisted in the sense of make it.
Right, so not as extreme, like just using the law to basically
using the law on a corollary matter to settle these issues, regardless of whether or not we think the claim. I don't think that that's like necessarily a legal bar to some of these claims. I don't think that it's necessarily relevant to whether they can bring the suit. It's about whether they should.
I guess my position is just that like that's just like a reality, right? That this is the thing that
the
can
question
happen.
isn't whether it's a reality. I'm not question. We're talking about oughts here. What ought happen? What we are okay with. And so the descriptive claims aren't super relevant except to the extent that they bear on the oughts. And so yeah, it's a reality. I'm not disputing that it's a reality. So why talk about whether it's a reality? Yes, it's a reality. We're talking about what we agree with from a normative perspective.
I guess it's a matter of like acceptance of that like that the law can be invoked for the
it
reasons
can be. I mean, again, I'm not disputing that it can be.
Like to
Wait,
meet the
why are you
merit,
doing
but they
this?
can also be in. Well, what am I doing?
You're saying the law can be invoked for this or that. Who's disputing that it can be invoked and that there can be other motivations? No one's disputing what can be done in that sense. We're talking about what should be done.
So if Ethan is like can do this like in like a I guess a moral sense maybe, then what is the issue?
Wait, can in a moral sense?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not you. I don't debate all the time. When I guess what I'm saying is like
that's begging the question. It's circular. I mean, the whole question is, ought he do this? That's the question. Should he do it? And you're saying if he can do it morally, why shouldn't he? Well, that's what we're here to discuss, is whether he should do it morally or whether it's moral to do. Rather.
Yeah, so I guess maybe this just kind of like boils down to whether or not the law should be invoked to settle personal matters.
On sort of collateral issues.
Yeah, okay. You have a lot more like nuance on this. I might need to think a little bit more about this.
I think that I think even that depends, because I'm sure that I would support some suits like that on some bullshit, but it would be to go after some really repugnant person who, society is better off in some truly significant way. So like,
yeah, so your bar is just higher.
Yeah, it's just a higher bar. So like
for
go
me,
after
like
Trump
I
on
feel
some
like
bullshit for, even if it's technical for Trump, but like these people for me just don't like reach the bar of that to go in that sense,
Yeah, I guess like just based on what I've seen after like the whole like the split with Hassan and the way they continuously talk about him despite having clarified his positions multiple times, being actually pretty reasonable in total, and even conceding on like some of their positions, like whether or not he thinks it's like a genocide or whatever, like agreeing with them, but for some reason like them just consistently trying to paint him as just this like genocide loving Zionist. Like
they will do that to anyone who is a Zionist,
right?
They almost think that their belief their belief
they
is that
the wrong person.
Who's questioning that? Am I questioning that?
That's
right. Why do you say it then? Why say something that is granted? They fuck with the wrong person. Yes, no doubt.
Because I'm saying that for me, it passes the bar. That I'm actually like, okay, they've been like basically like harassing him.
Harassment? What's harassment? In what sense?
Not the legal term harassment.
What do you mean by it? I'm asking you. That's why I'm asking. What do you mean? What? And you're offended that I ask what you mean by harassment.
I'm just worried that like I'm using the wrong words and I'm
So just tell me what you mean by harassment, because I could be harassing you right
spaghetti.
now.
No. I mean like I guess maybe the word I want to say is like they've been kind of slandering him.
All right, what's the slander?
The slander is basically like painting him as like a genocide loving Zionist when he clearly is not, based on his
That's like a matter of opinion. That's
position.
like saying I'm slandering Trump by calling him a fascist. You think I'm slandering Trump? It's like a opinion, not a statement of fact.
When Ethan says that like that what's going on in Gaza is a genocide and that it's disgusting and that he wants it to stop and that he thinks it should end, and then for somebody like the people that he, I don't want to say just Denims because the first name comes to mind, but I don't necessarily think it's just her, and I don't know exactly what you said. For them to claim that he is just a genocide-loving Zionist is like completely counter to that, and I think that's like egregious.
I mean, their view, as I understand it, is that people who support the state of Israel are almost like entailed that they support genocide either intentionally or as just a consequence of the support for the Israeli state. I think it's stupid.
And in my position, that's just like a very reductive take.
Well, you have to understand. Okay, that doesn't make it intentionally misleading. It doesn't make it, if you take their view, and again, understand it as they mean it, right? They understand Biden to be a genocide supporter. You agree with that?
I do agree that they think that.
Okay. Do you think Biden supports genocide in the sense of he wants the genocide to occur?
I do not think Biden supports genocide of any sort.
So we're talking past each other then, because what they refer to as wanting genocide to occur is knowing that it will be practically certain that it'll be a function of your outcomes or what you want to actualize. And so they view the Israeli state as, this is, again, I don't agree with this position, as necessitating, entailing genocide. So regardless of whether you say I'm nominally against it, they view that as cold comfort because they think that it's entailed by the position. Now, again, I don't agree with that, but that's just their view.
If you were in the woods and you had to kill a rabbit in order to eat, would it be slanderous to call you basically someone who hates all rabbits and you want rabbits to die,
Depends.
et cetera?
So slander is a form of defamation. Defamation requires a false statement of fact, right? And typically the
So maybe I want just like the level up. The defamation is the word I might be needing to use.
No, you can use slander. It's fine. Slander and libel are kind of like different types of defamation.
There's subcategories.
So, but you can get to like, well, is this fact or is it opinion? And there's some kind of like mushy line, but in most senses, if I say something like, yeah, like this person, he hates democracy, he voted for Trump. And like, wait a second, look at all the times I said I love democracy. Look at all the times where I'm over here and I'm part of the Democratic Party. I just voted for Trump, so you can't say I hate democracy. That's slander. It's a false statement of fact. Well, it's like the courts aren't really there to rectify opinions, You get me? So usually if they had said something like, Ethan Klein has stated his open support for the killing of Palestinians, even when they've done nothing wrong. Maybe that's in the realm of a statement of fact. It's making a claim that can be assessed in a normal vein about his actual statements, like a statement about what he said. And so maybe that can be in the realm. But in general, like opinions that are relying on your subjective interpretation of facts and what conclusions to draw from that, usually outside the realm of slander, in that it's a statement of opinion, not fact.
Okay, all right. So I'll let's set aside because I need to think on this more. I think I have a more nuanced understanding.
Sure.
I want to just kind of throw over to something else really quick if you have the time.
Yeah, hit me.
All right. So I want to be corrected if I'm wrong. My understanding of the whole border situation, like the southern border crisis.
Yeah.
My understanding is that it wasn't that Biden didn't enforce the border. The issue is that we had an influx or a surplus or an excess amount of people at the border as a result of COVID, and these people used or should I say abused the asylum process, the catch and release, to get into the country. So they technically aren't, quote, illegal, no?
So you're asking me why there was a surge at the border, an influx of people at the border, right?
Yes.
But you're also asking me their legal status for some individuals.
Yeah, trying to maybe clarify some of the intentionality behind the influx of people.
Yeah. So first off, why are these people here?
My understanding, COVID.
So a lot of it is COVID, in that we, for a while, just flat out threw people back without any due process whatsoever, under other title authorities related to public health emergencies. And this is part of the pandemic 2021, 2022, where we just if we caught you within this amount of space of the border, or if you presented yourself at the border, you just were automatically rejected. It didn't have a negative impact on your further in your future immigration applications, but they were just like categorical refusals. And so there was that part where people were waiting to come into the United States.
That was Remain in Mexico thing.
No, this was Remain in Mexico is it's a small, it's 30,000 or so people who were detained in coordination with the Mexican government. So that's a small percentage of the people. But that's even the COVID thing. Like the real reason why there was an influx to the border are natural disasters, social unrest, and problems in other countries, all sort of combining at this time. So you had problems going on in Haiti with anarchy, with natural disasters, a lot of problems with governments in like Venezuela and governments in Central America, gang problems in those places that really heated up and spread from other places in South America and in Mexico. And so a bunch of these crises all occurred, and people went to cross over the border. And this was a trend that had started under Trump's administration as well. And so there was a ton of those reasons, as well as economic opportunity that existed in America, both pre and post COVID, that incentivized people to come across, even sometimes under incredibly dangerous circumstances. So that's what happened. And you're asked then about, well, what was the intentionality of the Biden administration? They did not want this to occur.
Right. These people were they were abusing a legal process, and it's being painted as like Biden's was doing illegal stuff to let these people in.
Well, first let's take the first claim. You said in your introduction or whatever you said there, are they illegal? Illegal is not like a term that's used specifically in the INA. Here without status, or it's used not as like an official designator. It'll be thrown out in different places in the INA, but it's not like an actual status.
Can I pause you right there on that? I could be wrong, and I would love to be corrected. I think I Googled this not too long ago, maybe the last time this topic came up, and there is technically unauthorized persons, and that is technically considered illegal. Is this a thing?
No, as an actual term of art, there's not a consistent way to refer to such people.
Okay.
People can be deemed removable or deportable, or have accrued time without status, and there are certain cutoff bars for when you've accrued sufficient time, without a legal status or something. But there's not a consistent official phrase to label these people. And so when people say, call them what they are, illegal aliens, criminal aliens. Now, alien is the term in the INA for non-citizens. Non-citizens who are also not nationals of the United States. There's a little carve-out exception for people from American Samoa. But I'm just telling you that the term illegal immigrant
take this
is
with
not
a grain of salt. So I just Googled it again, and this is an AI summary, so a grain of salt. But for further research to really nail this down, yes, an immigrant can be described as, quote, illegal if they are a non-citizen who has entered or remain in the country in violation of its laws. Now, maybe this is just saying as a term of phrase, not necessarily a.
Do you think that when you say can be
legal
described,
word?
Yeah, people describe it that way.
Okay,
people
I see.
have inconsistent terminology. What I'm saying is that INA does not have a specific category to deem these people, quote unquote, illegal. And the reason why that's relevant is because there's a point in time in which someone is deemed deportable or removable, and there's a process by which that is determined. And so saying someone is an illegal is almost in a way, potentially presupposing the result of that process. So
rewording it definitely brought up what you said. Okay.
So understand that when people say all these illegals crossed, that there are different categories of immigrant or applicant for admission where one that justifies, or that I should say that will excuse entering the country without inspection and admission, crossing the border illegally, that will allow you to apply at a board of entry and come inside the country, And whether or not someone is deportable or removable will oftentimes be a years-long process to find out whether, in fact, they are here and they're allowed to stay here, right? So that's why sometimes using the term illegal or an illegal immigrant can presuppose the whole issue in question, in that their presence in this country is against the laws of the United States. And oftentimes it is not. So an example of this is if you are deemed an applicant for admission when you are applying for asylum. And it's not until there's a determination if you're caught within the window and geographic location for expedited removal that you have a credible a fear of persecution, and then later on in your asylum hearing, if you get one, not until that moment and in those key moments is it actually a fact that you're removable. And you're removable because you don't have a claim to stay here under America's asylum laws or under withholding of removal or the Convention Against Torture. And so the only reason I bring it up is because that semantic difference in the term illegal will actually, like, there were something like 30+% of asylum petitions are meritorious in that they are consistent with the law.
It's so like loaded. I hate the word. It's just
And there are other. It's not just asylum too. There's what's known as special immigrant juvenile status visas. People, children fleeing gangs and stuff like that, who are eligible for special immigrant juvenile status, who've been like abandoned or something, or effectively abandoned.
Like Abrego Garcia.
No, he
didn't.
He I don't think would fulfill under SIJ status. That's what it referred to. He was he would have been a decent applicant for asylum, but he applied after the 1 year bar on asylum, and he was so he was picked up after that bar, and so he's not eligible for asylum, but he's eligible for withholding, which is what he received. Anyway, that's just those designators are important, and it's not just that either. It's the U visa. U visas are for certain victims of crimes, where there's opportunities for individuals to adjudicate whether they in fact are removable or deportable. And it's a separate question about whether they enter the country illegally or whether they're, quote unquote, an illegal immigrant. In other words, labeling someone a, quote, illegal immigrant is kind of like doesn't map on to the INA and is presupposing their right to stay or not stay in the country. And that's kind of like the whole point and issue. But your question is like, is Biden, did he want all these people to come? The answer is no. Right? Why would he want all these people to come?
The specific question is more like did these people come in legally or illegally, right? Because my understanding is that like the issue wasn't that like these people broke the law and Biden like kind of like turned a blind eye. It's more that these people were following the law and actually following the legal process. It's just that the legal process was flawed in a certain way and didn't really account for this current influx at that moment.
Yeah, the American law requires us to give these people due process. And in cases of asylum, not just due process, our laws limit how and when the government removes people. So there are rules that relate to how people can come into the country, but there are also rules in how the government responds to how they can deal with people who aren't following the rules on coming into the country. So there's both sides of it, right? There's rules about who comes in and rules about how we deal with people who don't come in according to the rules of how people come in. And in a normal government, you're supposed to follow all those rules. And so the thing was a massive expansion in the amount of people wanting to come into America for crises and opportunity, and a government that by and large was trying to follow the rules. And they initiated tons of removal proceedings and deportation proceedings. They kept Title 42, that is the health authorities' rejection policy at the border, up for much longer than how long they were treating the pandemic in other respects. They were massively augmenting removal proceedings and trying to take these people out in the sense of like kick them out. And they were enforcing the law. So in no sense were they trying to bring them in. And anyone who tells you they were trying to bring them in, they need to make a case for that. They need to actually make an argument. Why do you think that they were trying to bring them in? And what it ultimately grounds out into, they came in, right? They came in and therefore they wanted them to come in. But that just is like not an argument because there's a plausible case for why they came in. That is,
it's just that the law was the issue. The law as it was,
and so now,
was the issue.
The amount of crossings has decreased dramatically, but that's just because Trump has been able to illegally scare people by doing unhinged shit, sending them to torture prisons, and then break the law by denying access to processes that are supposed to be allowed under the law, namely asylum and other forms of protection, and sending people apart from their families and sending them in violation of them being tortured. And so obviously people don't want to come across when the administration is doing reprehensible things, but you don't give people credit for solving problems in ways that are illegal under your current laws. It would be like giving Trump credit. Let's say he got crime stats way down. But the way he's doing that is just throwing like tons of people in jail without any process.
Releasing dogs into the streets.
Yeah, or like killing people. And the minute there's a simple accusation, like, okay, the crime rates come down, but do you give him credit for that? That's why Bernie Sanders is such a fucking loser when he did that, when he was like, you got to give Trump credit for the border. He really did a good job with the border. Like, fuck you, Bernie. You don't give credit for people who break the Constitution to achieve an aim. Like, our loyalty, first and foremost, is to the Constitution. So that's like the fucked up shit. So yeah, he's been able to get the crossings down, but he doesn't get credit for that if he does it without fulfilling his other obligations, the law. I hope that is a helpful explanation.
If I'm taking up time, please tell me when you stop. I got it.
Well, you're going to be the last caller, so.
Okay. What worries me about the birthright citizenship thing is that if they like basically side with Trump, that's gonna really fuck things up, because that's basically subverting the whole amendment process. No?
I think it's obviously subverting it. Yeah, it's fucked up. It's also calling into question the citizenship of potentially millions of people.
Yeah. Okay. I needed to like vocalize that fear. Like, that's what's at stake. It's like we haven't had an amendment in God knows how long. They're hard to like bring about, and for them to just allow Trump to do it is it would just absolutely blow my mind. I think that would be like a reason to like march in the streets like immediately.
Yeah, it'd be fucked up. I would be encouraging people to come out.
Yeah. And then, so the last thing I want to say is, have you ever read like the full the poem that's on the Statue of Liberty?
Give us your tired, huddled masses poem. I'm sure I
Yeah,
have.
the New Colossus by Emma Lazarus. I want to encourage as many people as I can to read that poem. It means a lot. Every single time I read it, I do get a little bit emotional.
Yeah.
It is like my
unless you're a snarker, we don't want you. Give us your huddled masses unless they're snarkers.
Yeah, snark shit. Yeah, no. You can hang out under Ellis Island. But yeah, I want to encourage people to read the New Colossus, and like that's the view of America that like I want to defend. And just want to share my love of that poem and of like the Constitution, and because this country, I've been watching Trump kind of rise over the past like 10 years, since the day he came down the escalator. I knew it was a bad sign, and so it made me really want to learn more about this country and how it came to be, and its complexities, and I've grown more in love with it over those 10 years. And I want to express that love to just everybody who's in this country.
Hell yeah. Based. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate your comments
so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time.
Stay cool, and we'll talk soon.
All right. Have a good night.
Oh, there's actually people. I guess I'll fucking... Who are these guys? We have Ashlad, Green, and Good Boy. I've never seen Green before, so let's talk to Green. Yo, what up, Green?
Hello?
Yo, what's good?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. What's up?
All right, so I have two questions for you.
Yeah.
So number one, you said that you would happily debate Dan.
Yeah.
And Dan on his show said that he would debate you.
Okay.
As long as Destiny is moderating. Have you seen that clip?
No.
Okay. Well, I know he has a show called Anything Else. and he said he would happily debate you as long as Destiny moderating your debates. Would
It's
you be
a-
down for that?
It's a weird condition, but yes, I would.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if you knew about it or not, but
Yeah, I mean,
because I was gonna say that
it's
you're
kind of
running
weird
the-
to have that as a condition. He seems to think that I won't, and that's why he's doing it. Would you agree?
I think he wants a
Do you
backup,
agree or not?
maybe. I think he wants a backup.
So you think he wants some help, right?
I maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, Dan is not a lawyer, well versed, but Destiny definitely knows a lot about the law.
Wait, I thought you said he was going to be a moderator
Yeah, but I mean, moderator interject, right?
with substantive thoughts on what's going on.
Well, unbiased moderators wouldn't, but like sometimes like it's just a debate on YouTube. Yeah,
So you think that he wants a biased moderator? What do
well,
you
I
think
say
is what do you think is the most likely reason he proposed that?
to have someone who can help him?
Yeah. What do you think about that motive?
I think it's fine.
I think it's kind of chicken shit. What do you think?
I don't know. I think it's fine because Destiny, like, do you agree Destiny can get a law degree tomorrow if he wants to?
No,
Why?
because it takes like more time than that.
Okay, I don't mean like one day. Of course, it's one day. I'm saying that if he wants to, he can get a law school from whatever, like Yale school. He can get it tomorrow.
I don't think he would get accepted into Yale.
I'm not sure. I think he will. He's a very smart person.
Being smart is not enough. They check your grades, and you need to go to university usually.
Yeah, well, he can go to university. He can go to an online school or whatever.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah. Well, that's my first question. My second question: don't you think that the fact that Ethan Klein is suing these people, like companies like you say, like companies like Disney or Sony, if they want to sue people, they can sue it. But if he is the one suing, and they say, "Oh, wait, this guy who is a YouTuber is already doing all this kind of stuff for us, so we don't need to spend our monies. Let Ethan Klein deal with it, and we don't need to spend our money." So he's actually doing what
I think it's pretty interesting.
want.
It's pretty interesting fanfic. Do you believe it?
I do believe that lawyers look at precedents before they sue someone.
Okay. So if they look at precedent before they sue someone, I mean, I agree with that. But the notion that they would be, that their intention to sue someone would rest on whatever Ethan Klein is doing, that seems a bit far fetched. If Sony wants to sue you for infringement, they're going to find some way to distinguish whatever bad precedent, assuming, by the way, that Ethan's precedent would be bad for them. They'll be like, well, that was one decision out of a district court. We're suing you here, and it doesn't hold. Even if it does, like, you should reject it, and they would appeal it to the Ninth Circuit if they really gave a fuck. It's such a naive view to take that what they do is going to be dictated by whatever the fuck Ethan does here. That's why it's implausible that any reasonable person would think that that's what's going to happen.
So, to be honest, most of my information about these lawsuits come because I'm a big Hutch fan. I have been.
Are you fucking with me?
Are you? I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not fucking with you.
All right.
I watch Hutch, and he has extensively covered this lawsuit.
Oh, extensively,
from the
huh?
start. No. And I feel like he has a good point that these people
Sorry, keep going.
called CBS, sent calls, did all this shit to Ethan Klein, and in the US you can't just simply sue for defamation. It's so difficult.
Good meme. Good
You're
meme.
not in the UK.
Good
You can't sue
meme.
for defamation.
Good meme.
I'm not memeing.
Good meme.
No, what?
I said good meme.
What meme?
Good meme. You.
No. I'm just okay.
Hey, what up? Hello? Hey. All right, we gotta end soon. No one hears you. You're muted. You fell asleep. All right, last guy. Peppermint Patty, what up?
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
So I had a question.
Yeah.
Do you think that all instances of law violation need to be um I don't know what the word is.
Enforced or like
yeah.
acted upon? No.
Yeah. Why not?
Because I think that it's not socially useful. It's not necessary.
And do you think that there's like some that do need to be?
Yeah, I think that some need to be enforced and some don't need to be enforced. Some, yeah, I don't think that every legal claim should be enforced. I think that would be horrible, horrible in any domain, right? Like in crime too. I'm sure there's like 8,000 trillion% more crime that happens than is caught, and I don't know that it's socially useful to have perfect enforcement because that's costly.
Right. And what's like the principle that we choose which ones to and which ones to not?
Who? To support as a public or for an individual?
Oh, like you.
To file? To pursue?
Like which laws, if broken, do we need to try to remedy, I guess.
Which laws do need to be remedied, or which instances of rule breaking should be enforced?
Yeah, the latter.
On my view?
Yes.
On my view, infringements or law breaking which sort of impose a significant cost to a particular individual and enforcement of which would be societally beneficial.
Okay, so would that entail that the poor can go and like take like food from a store if they want to?
No, it would not.
Why not?
Because it's possible that that in a particular instance, I might think that the enforcement, that wide scale conduct would not be socially beneficial, and that enforcement would be socially beneficial, and it would be a deprivation of a property right of whoever. And so I think in general, I would be in favor against enforcing on such actions, unless there were some kind of like mass starvation event or other factor. So in there, I'm pretty sure that I would support the enforcement of such rights. That doesn't necessarily mean with a lawsuit. It could mean any number of things, but I'm sure that I wouldn't, in general, in America, support such conduct.
So is there like an incidence rate that if people passed that rate, then it would be wrong and it should be like enforced?
What do you mean, individuals? I thought you were analyzing the lawsuit ethics, not the action itself. Which do you want me to address?
The action itself.
Stealing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that I kind of operate as a rule utilitarian or threshold deontologist or whatever. I don't have a really keen insight into normative philosophy, but in general, I believe that rights either exist or are useful or ought exist. And so, in general, unless you can show some exceeding amount of benefit, by which I mean utils, the utilitarian calculus, I'm going to be against theft.
Right. And do you think that threshold can be disagreed upon by different people?
When you say can be disagreed upon, do you mean it's logically possible for people to disagree?
Yes.
Yes, it is logically possible for people to disagree on the threshold.
Is it morally possible?
What do you mean by moral?
normatively.
What do you mean by morally possible or normatively possible?
Like if you think that the threshold is at a certain point, and I think it's at another point, can we know who's right and who's wrong?
I don't know what it means to be right or wrong in that context between those views.
I don't know what it means to be right or wrong.
In the sense that you're using right there. So you're saying, as between two views, how do we know which one is correct or incorrect? What do you mean by that?
Do you think that one is true in terms of, is it the fact that X?
Okay, so I take what is good to be indexed to one's subjective preferences. I just take that to be what good is. When we say something is good, where it's mind dependent, I don't know that I understand what it means for something to be objectively moral. So yeah, so my view would be correct in the sense of on my view, given my ethics, my ethical view, but that's just circular, right? It's like kind of trivial that on my view is correct.
So if Ethan thought that his motivations were good to him, would you be okay with that for him?
No, I would not be okay with that because he would be wrong on my view.
True, but not to him. It would be correct on his view.
Yeah, but so would a cannibal on his own view. He'd be correct. So would Hitler on his view.
Right. So would this view entail that?
Would which view entail?
Your view that like good is mind dependent. Would it entail that we can't resolve disagreements?
What do you mean by resolve disagreements?
In terms of like, does it just come down to force? Can force their view more?
I don't take. If your question is, does force determine who is correct about ethics? I don't think on my view it's not.
Does it determine which view can be applied?
I don't know what it means for a norm or ethical view to be objectively correct. Can you tell me what that means?
I think it would just mean for it to be the case.
Yeah, it's not really helping me that it is the case. I don't kind of view ethics as something that you know.
Do you think that 1 + 1 = 2 is the case objectively?
It is the case analytically by definition.
But is it objective?
Oh, objectively, by which you mean with the assumption that one is defined as what we understand it to be, then yeah, it's true.
Okay, so
but it's true. It's true by definition.
It's true by definition that 1 + 1 = 2.
Correct.
Would it be true by definition that like the quadratic formula is true?
I don't know what it means for the quadratic formula to be true. What do you mean by that?
To be the case objectively.
I don't know what it means for the quadratic formula to be the case.
It would mean for it to be independent of anybody's mind, but it would be true independent of what anyone thought.
Again, it's like kind of saying like, is 3 real? Is 5 real? Independent of minds. I don't really understand what that means. It's like saying, is pi real? Or that is just a concept I don't have access to. Like, what do you mean to say like a number is real or a ratio is real?
Well, I don't think their ontology matters here. It's more so if they're true or not.
I don't know like what it means for real. 2 to be true. Do you know what 2 is true? 2 is real means?
No.
Wait, can you answer
that?
I
say true.
Yeah, what do you mean by true?
I just think that If X is true, then X is the case.
If X is true, then X is the case. Isn't that circular, right? Like, isn't X, if X is true, right?
Yeah, it's if X is.
If X is true, X is true. I would grant that, but isn't that just, it's not, it's circular. It's not giving me new information.
It's analytic.
Yeah, it's just like,
it's not
yeah,
circular.
or whatever, analytic by definition, right? Like it's it's just like 2 + 2 = 4.
I'm not sure if that's actually true by definition, since like the
well, grounds down in some analytical definition of some kind. I don't know that it coheres with reality, or to say that like a number is the case.
Yeah, so it would ground out at axioms in math, and those aren't like, you can't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, I don't really think that like mathematical axioms are truth apt in that sense then.
Right. I think they're assumptions that we make.
Sure. So then what's then I guess I'm not understanding where this is going. How does that even if I granted that the axioms are of math could be true, or that 1 + 1 = 2 is true, I imagine you're trying to get to like the Ethan thing. So how does that get you closer there?
Right. So in that same way that math can be true, in that way, I would say that morality can be true.
What's the argument for
that way too? Well, it's an assumption. Like,
oh, so
if we deny that,
so you acknowledge that you don't have justification for that view?
Yeah,
okay.
Just like math, though. Just like math.
Well, sorry. I think given an epistemic or like, I don't know, assumption, I could, I grant that minds exist, that there's the uniformity of causation or whatever, or the universe, I don't know, that there's some like assumptions that I have, but why should I, or like, I don't know, I don't think I have a reason, or the intuition isn't that because math exists, objective morality exists, and I should just assume that. I don't know why. And I think you're acknowledging there's not a reason to think that.
Well, I think that assumption comports with what we all think. Like, we all think that, killing a child would be wrong. Like, that's not a thing that varies by people.
Yeah, it's intersubjectively true. But if I would just give you the following example, if the vast majority of people thought that raping a woman was correct, would that make it correct objectively?
No.
So the mere fact
that it would lend.
So the mere fact that it would
lend credence
to what?
To like their being like an abstract concept that comports to that is true.
Why? What's the argument for that?
Because I think that's the best explanation for what we see in the actual world.
So if someone thinks that something is the best explanation for the world, does that make it true? I think the best explanation for thunder in the world is Zeus.
It makes it more likely.
Why does it make it more likely? What's the argument that it makes it more likely?
Well, because I think Occam's razor is probably true. It's an assumption of mine.
Okay, so if the vast majority of humans believe a particular moral proposition, you think that makes that very likely that moral proposition is in fact true?
Yes, just like math.
And what do you mean by it is true, that moral proposition being true?
That proposition is the case.
And by is the like that it exists somewhere?
Well, I think its ontology is like kind of hard to
yeah, I don't understand
conceptualize.
I truly don't understand. I don't understand what it means for a moral proposition to be true independent of a mind.
Right, but I don't think our not being able to understand it like does anything to that view. Like, it doesn't make that view like
well, it makes it impossible for me to understand any claims that relate to it. I mean, like, I can't understand. If I can't understand what you're saying, then I can't like respond to it, right? I don't understand what is meant by it, and so I can't understand it.
So you don't know what I mean when I say like X is true. You don't know what I mean by that.
When you say X is true,
Yeah.
I take I take true to be coheres with reality.
Yeah, same.
And I understand X to be a variable. And so you're saying something coheres with reality, but I don't know.
Yeah.
What though?
The proposition. Proposition.
Yeah, I don't know what it means for a moral proposition to cohere with reality.
I don't either.
Okay.
I don't think that's a problem for my view, though. It's not a problem for math.
You need to
We
be
don't know.
you need to be able to understand. Wait. It's not a problem for math for what? Sorry.
It's not a problem in math that we can't understand how 1 + 1 = 2 is true.
Yeah. So when you say it's not a problem, what do you mean?
Like, whatever you mean when you say.
So when I would say
it's
that, I was like,
problem
well,
from-
I'm able to understand what is meant by 1 + 1 = 2,
Oh.
right? Like I'm able to understand, just like I'm able to understand what it means for something to be like something, right? And those are kind of primitives. What I don't understand, so like I understand some of those things. I understand some assumptions in that like I'm unable to define it, or I'm unable to justify those assumptions. But like I can understand
Not
them.
either.
But like I don't understand what is meant by moral proposition is true. Except if you mean by is true, it coheres with a mind's preferences. I understand preferences.
Do you think that makes it true?
Depends what you mean by
It
true.
coheres. Whatever you mean by true.
By true, I mean it coheres with reality.
So, if I thought I could fly, would that be true?
No. Well, it depends. Are you asking whether it could be? It is true that you could fly.
Yeah. If it coheres with my mind, and I think it's.
Well, if then the statement, it is the case that you have that subjective point of view would be true, or you have that preference, it would be true.
It would be the case that I would have that thought.
Yeah.
The content of that thought, would that be true or not?
The actual could you fly, as in does it cohere with the rules of nature? The answer would be no.
But that's not what you think true means, right?
No, it is what I mean by true, right?
I thought you said that true meant if it aligned with one's mind.
No. What a moral I understand what a moral proposition is the expression of a preference, and on that view, what it means for a moral proposition to be true is that one have the preference, a mind have a preference.
Okay, so what do you think means for X to be true?
That it coheres with reality.
Okay. I think that there are some propositions about morality that are true in that same way.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
It means that they cohere with nature, just like your definition.
Yeah, I don't know what it means for a moral proposition to cohere with nature. Can you help me out there? I understand preferences. So I understand when someone says it is good to do this, I understand them to be saying it's my preference that this be the way it is. And it's some preference about how things should be, how like reality should be actualized, something like that. So when someone says it's bad that Trump was elected, I understand them to be saying it's not my preference, or perhaps some intersubjective, you can add some layers here where there's some intersubjective notion or some notion, their preference might be mapped according to what they think is good for most people. But at bottom, I kind of view, a statement about morality. My notion of what morals are indexed to some kind of system of preferences. I don't understand what's meant other than that, or in like nature. Maybe you can give some moral proposition that you think accords with nature, and you can help me out? Maybe that'll help me understand
sure,
it, but I
so-
really don't understand it.
Right, sure. So whatever you mean when you say true is what coheres to reality, that's what I mean. Whatever you take that to mean, that's what I take it to mean.
Okay. Then
So
you agree that it's
my-
incoherent to say. So if we are agreement on that, then we don't understand what is meant by something to exist in the context of morality, separate and apart from preferences.
Why would that be the case?
Because my view of morality and is, you know, a preference. Like it is indexed to preferences. And so I'm not sure whether something can be true absent that in the realm of preferences or sorry, morality. And if you onboard my view, I think you're just accepting its entailments. Or which aspect are you rejecting?
I am rejecting the part where morality is subjective.
When you say reality is not subjective.
And I meant morality, not reality, sorry.
Wait. So on your view, reality is objective.
Yeah.
And what do you mean by that?
It just I mean it that it's independent of minds.
Okay. Do you have any justification for that view?
No.
Okay.
It's an assumption. You don't either, right?
No, I don't have.
Yeah, so
but that's precisely why I think I kind of assume that there is a nature, you know, that exists outside of my mind. Can't prove it. Don't have any argument for it. I assume it, but I don't understand, and I don't know why I should assume, or why there's reason, if there is a reason, and if there is no reason, if it's just an assumption, I don't have access to what is meant by something is objectively ethically true. You have to find a way to convey that concept to me. It's for me, it's unintelligible.
You think that for most people, their intuition is that there are some things about morality that are true or false objectively?
I haven't done
For
like
most
some.
people.
So that's an empirical question about what most people's beliefs are. I haven't done the study. I don't have a reason to think that. I assume probably yes. If you ask people, is there such thing as objectively true? They say yes, but I don't think that most people have an understanding of the granularity we're getting at here. And so regardless, I mean, same response before. A lot of people can be convinced of stupid things. Doesn't make it. I think you would grant that just because tons of people believe a proposition doesn't make it true, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm not sure how that helps us. You need to be able to convey to me the meaning of what you're talking
So
about.
do you think that our intuitions that are that basic need to be like put into question?
I'm not sure what you mean need to be put into question.
Like most people think that like killing is wrong, and that's pretty basic, right?
When you say basic, you mean it's widely held?
Yes.
Yes. So what you just said is a widely held belief is widely held. I agree.
That it's basic, not widely held.
Well, I'm just substituting what your definition of
What I
basic
meant
is,
by
widely
that-
held. Yeah, go for it.
That's not the definition. That's
what you
I
meant by
meant
it,
by the
right?
term.
Yeah. What you meant by it was
definition
was
is
the
not what I
widely
meant by
held.
it.
So you said you understand that there are widely held beliefs that are basic, right? And I asked, what do you mean by basic? You said widely held, and so you insert it, and yeah, I agree. Widely held beliefs are widely held.
Okay. And do you think that those beliefs need to be interrogated, like their truth or falsity?
What do you mean by need to be?
Ought we?
On my view, and by ought you mean on my view?
Yes.
Some yes, some no.
Which ones?
The ones that I don't understand.
And do you understand math ones?
It depends in what sense.
In any sense.
Well, I don't understand that, like, the whether or not they're like some universal or something. I don't understand them in that sense. I understand numbers because I understand like what it is to, you know, to have categories of things and for human minds to like distinguish groups from singulars. And I can't really explain the difference of them. My mind just grasps what is meant by iteration. So that's, you know, the mechanics of that. I, as a human being, I'm able to understand living in what I take to be reality. But, you know, so I understand the observations that make up some of those systems or whatever. I don't understand like whether or not there's something objective behind those. And I certainly don't understand what is meant by objective morality.
Right. And do you think that that lack of understanding is grounds for not believing in them?
Lack of understanding is I don't know what it means to believe in the something that you can't, like, so let me think. My response. The fact that I don't understand something,
like math, like I don't understand the.
Well, what's the proposition we're talking about? Whether we believe or not? Can we just be so? Let's just not just say math. What is the? What are we talking about?
The proposition that A equals A. That's a logical axiom, right?
A logical axiom.
That A equals A.
That is, yeah. So that's the law of identity, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
So the fact that A equals A is what? Is you're saying that?
Fact.
Yeah. So
it's an axiom, right?
I take that to be a norm. It's a logical norm that we've established, and it's one that we assume. Yes. By axiom, you mean assumption, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we can't understand how that's true, it's that grounds for not thinking it's true.
If we can't understand why it's true. So what I mean to say something is
how it's true.
So when I say something is true, truth itself is indexed with the assumptions of logic in mind. I don't have a notion of truth that doesn't include with them the, you know, these laws of the logical laws or whatever. So when I say something is true, it is in fact I don't have a concept of truth independent of those laws. Does that make sense?
You don't have a concept of truth independent of the laws of logic?
Correct.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
So to say something is true, right? My notion of truth, sort of, fact, it has as part of its, I don't know, part of its stuff, the law of non-contradiction, law of identity. What's the other one? The excluded middle. All these different like my notion of truth is contingent on those.
Do you think
right? What does it mean to say something is true at all if those things aren't like running? I don't even know what it would mean.
I think it would just mean for it to comport to reality.
Okay, but I have as baked in my assumption of like what reality is where, you know, I couldn't imagine a reality which doesn't like take those as basic assumptions.
Right. But
can you?
Those assumptions.
So I don't know if something being true independent of the law of identity, that something is what it is, right? Like, what does it mean for something to be true where it's, you know, questionable whether something is what it is?
I mean, there are some types of logic that don't have that axiom.
I don't know what that means or what that is.
So
there's some versions of logic where there's no law of identity.
Right. Correct.
All right, help me there. Because I don't know it. I don't have access to it.
I don't know if I could imagine that kind of world, but if I can't imagine it, I don't think that means that it's impossible or incoherent.
Well, If I don't understand something, I don't understand it, right? That's what I mean by incoherent.
Right. But is that grounds for rejecting it?
No.
Okay, so when you can't understand how like morality could be objectively true, is that grounds for rejecting it?
No, I just don't understand it.
Okay, so but you do reject it, right?
No, I don't understand it.
So you don't reject it?
I ridicule it because I think that people who promote it don't understand it, but I really don't have a basis to say that. I just suspect, but I don't reject it. I don't understand it. I think it's incomprehensible. I suspect. At least it's incomprehensible to me.
Okay. So let's assume that on your view of morality, Ethan did have like a good motivation. According to him, ought he then sue?
What do you mean by ought? According to my preferences?
Yes.
If he has a good basis for the lawsuit?
If he thinks he does.
No. Why would I accept it? So you're saying, should I accept it just because he thinks there's a good basis?
No. Should we do what we think ought we do?
No, not on my view.
Why not?
Because what we ought do, by ought I mean according to my preferences, isn't always what everyone else thinks they ought to. So my notion of ought is indexed to
like
my preferences.
To their preferences.
Well, that's just trivially true. According to their preferences, they're gonna do but that's just trivially true. You're just again, it's not providing more information.
True,
I think it is. Wait, isn't it? You're asking me if it's his preference. Would it be his preference?
No, if it's his preference, ought he do it?
On his view or on my view?
His view.
On his view, yeah, sure. If it's his preference, he ought to do it. On his view.
Right, so Ethan did not do anything wrong.
No, he did do something wrong.
According to him.
According to him, no, of course, obviously, yeah, but that's trivial.
Okay, so I don't see why you're like mad about that.
Wait. Hang on. I'm just gonna indicate. Wait. Hang on a second. I'm gonna do what you did. Ready? Do you think that Hitler did something wrong on his view?
I think that Hitler did something wrong. Yes.
On his view? On Hitler's view?
Yeah.
What's really?
Yeah. I think he thought some things were true, and he was inconsistent with those truths.
Okay. Let's just try to isolate it more specifically. Do you think that Hitler thought it was good to invade Poland?
I think that he thought it was good.
Okay.
Yes.
So it was his preference to invade Poland, correct?
I don't think that follows. That he thought it was good does not follow that it was his preference.
In what sense would it? So you think that it's questionable whether or not it was Hitler's preference to invade Poland?
Right. No. I
Okay.
don't think it follows from what you said.
All right. So assume that it's Hitler's preference to invade Poland. Okay?
Okay.
On that assumption, would it be good to invade Poland?
According to my view?
Yeah.
According to my view, no.
Okay. So apply that here. Just because Ethan thinks that it's his preference or that it's good to sue doesn't mean that I do, right?
Right.
Okay. So then what have we done here?
But then you can't criticize him on your views because it doesn't agree with.
Wait, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Wait, what do you mean? What's the argument that I can't criticize him on my view?
Well, because he has no obligation to comport with what you think.
Wait,
right?
What do you mean he has no obligation? By obligation, what do you mean?
He doesn't have any normative ought.
By normative ought indexed to me or him?
To you.
On my view, he does. What do you mean?
So how does that
Because it's my preference. Because that's what my notion of ethics is indexed to my view. So if I think he has an obligation, yeah. So if you're asking morality or ethics on my view, then I'm going to impose obligations on people, right?
But those obligations don't like have any weight, right?
What do you mean by weight?
Whatever you take it to mean.
I take weight to be that they're in fact reflective of my view. Moral weight, right? Moral weight in that I impose it.
Isn't that like just a pathology?
I think it is, but I just think that's what I take.
You think it's wrong.
No, but that's what I take morals.
And you think it's wrong because you think it's wrong.
It's wrong because it doesn't accord with my preferences.
Yeah, so it's circular, right?
Wait, that's not circular, right? That's just what I understand. That's what I understand morality to be, is to accord, to align with my preferences.
It's wrong because it doesn't accord with your preferences.
That's what I take. That's what I take ethics to be.
Not according to your preferences just means that it's wrong, so it's circular.
I guess. I mean, that's just my notion of what ethics are. Ethics are, I think, mind dependent, subjective dependent, and that's what they are. They align with preferences.
So, I mean, I guess. Like,
wait,
I think I just don't see
is
why
that,
we should
wait,
accept.
What do you mean? We say we should accept. Should accept what? And by should you mean according to your lights?
Yes.
Okay. So on your view, you don't
My
know
view,
why we
not
should
my
accept.
ethics.
We shouldn't accept what exactly?
Circular reasoning.
All definitions, right, are gonna ground out that way, right?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay, so
Because like the definition of a fan, whatever that definition is,
yeah, go for it.
and its
What's the definition of fan?
Like a person who likes another person, I guess.
What does that mean?
What means?
What does a person who likes someone else mean?
Person who likes another. Yeah, like that joint phrasing does mean fan, but each content.
Wait. Answer it again. So what does that mean?
Fan.
Okay, so then what does fan mean?
The contents of the definition aren't identical to the thing being defined.
Right. So but
like a person is not a fan.
Wait, hang on a second. So you just conjoined person who whatever. I'm asking what that means, and you said a fan, and
right.
And then I asked, well, what does a fan mean? That person. Isn't that exactly the critique that you levied at me? How is it different?
Is it the critique I levied at you?
You were like, why should we accept your circular definition of morality? I'm like, well, every word kind of does that. Or like if you keep asking for what things mean, eventually, it's gonna ground out that way.
I think I can see where you're coming from, but does the fact that all things ground out in like a circular fashion mean that your view is correct? Or like,
what do you mean by correct?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Do you think that your view is free from that criticism?
Free from what criticism? For the criticism that there's circularity entailed, or that there's basically some bedrock assumptions that are made. I think every view is like that, and like definitions are mapping onto concepts that at some point there's going to be like some primitive there that you get or you don't, right? That are just things that can't be defined further.
Okay.
Like a preference. Like what does it mean for a preference? And I'm just like, well, it means when you desire something. Well, what do you mean when you desire something? Like you either get it or you don't. There's some things that I think are like primitive.
Right. So would you accept a circular argument for like why Trump is good?
A circular argument why Trump is good?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that I have a reason to accept it. A circular argument that it's good. I mean, given some assumptions, I would give it some assumptions. Given the uniformity of nature, given that, you know, we live not in a vat, given that, you know, our senses are generally reliable, you know, and we have the kind of the primitives we do, after you ground all that out and just assume that stuff, no, I would not accept a circular argument like that.
Right. So for all those reasons, I also don't accept yours either.
Which argument?
Your view of morality, normativity.
What do you mean you don't accept my view of normativity? You mean that you don't have it?
No. For all the things that you say you don't find compelling in the Trump argument, I also don't find compelling your view of
I haven't given an
normativity.
argument for my morality. Agreed? Yes or no?
I'm not sure, actually.
You're not sure if I given an argument for morality, then how can you say you agree with it or not?
I said your view.
Oh, you don't agree with my view?
Yeah.
Well, how is comparable to a circular argument from Trump if it's not an argument?
I mean, you were the one that said that it would be not acceptable to you, right?
A circular argument?
Yeah, for Trump.
Yeah, but my morality is not a circular argument. Agreed?
I think it is, right?
Okay. What is the argument, and show how it's circular?
Right. So X is wrong if it's according to your preferences, and if it's according to your preferences, then it's wrong.
Just isn't that just a definition?
Yeah, circular, right?
The definition is not an argument. Agreed? Yes or no?
It can be.
Definitionally, I think an argument is not a definition.
Definitionally, an argument is not a definition.
Yeah.
Is that what I said?
I think that you said definitions can be arguments. I don't. Right. The standard definition of argument would not include a definition, correct?
I think it could, right? So, like,
when you say it could, you mean it logically that the word could mean that? What do you mean by it could?
No, like an argument for why there are no round triangles would just be the definition of each, right?
An argument that there are no round triangles would be that, but that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is
they're definitions.
No, I know, but yes, the argument could contain definitions, but an argument is not a definition. Agreed?
It's just the definitions.
Can you answer the question? Are arguments definition? Yes or no?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure whether arguments are definitions.
No. It's like the mere fact that the definitions of a triangle are not a square. That's enough to like rebut the.
That's not a definition.
Argument.
That's the first premise of an argument.
Then you can like put it into one, but I don't think it's needed.
You can put a definition into an argument, but you do agree they're different things, right?
It depends.
When is it not the case?
Like when the definition precludes the argument you're making.
This is gibberish. What do you mean? When the definition precludes the argument? Yeah. Are you fucking with me? This is stupid. This is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard.
Well, like the definition of a circle precludes the argument of like square circles, right?
I don't know what you're talking about. I think it's gibberish.
The definition of a circle itself precludes all arguments that there are round squares, right?
I don't even think you know what you're talking about.
I think that's just obviously true. The mere definition is sufficient in that one case to show that all arguments against that are false.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The question is a definition an argument? And you said sometimes or something like that.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Why not?
Analytically, they're not the same thing.
What's the analytic of that?
Sure. If it's the case that the standard definition of argument is let me see argument is a set of a set of propositions with an inference to a conclusion, and
I would deny that. That's begging the question.
Hang on. You would deny what? If?
Yeah.
Wait, you haven't even heard the full premise. Hang on, I could probably get it out.
Premise one, right?
No, premise one would be like, if the standard definition of argument is the thing I say it is, then it
I just think it's false.
Oh, hang on a second. Then it is the case that definitions are not arguments. And then I would say it is the case that the standard definition of argument is what I say it is. Therefore, it's not what you say it is.
Yeah.
You could make you could make a deductively valid thing there. It's just that the standard definition of argument doesn't include the meaning of a particular term.
That argument is deductive, not analytic.
No, but it depends on the meaning of the term, by which I mean it's analytically the case, right? By how we like, what do you take definitions to even be? Definitions is what I understand definition to be is like the meaning of a term laid out in a sentence somewhere.
I'm not gonna lie, Pisco. I've been trolling this whole time.
Why?
Well, partially and partially not.
I don't know. Why should I believe you?
I mean, you don't have to believe me. Just, I'm telling you.
How you been, dude?
Good. I'm sorry for my like the way I talk.
Yeah. How do you feel about the reaction to it?
It's like how what?
People have been kind of negative on it.
Yeah. I have a little impediment.
An impediment?
Yeah, like there's some like some blockages, like a random word.
Blockages in like your throat or nose or something? I don't understand what blockages mean.
Like just like I think it's in the brain.
a brain blockage?
But yeah, like
you have like a neurological thing?
Yeah. Like I like count 1, 2, 3, and then a blockage, and I can't like get 5 out.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Yeah, this thing. In all seriousness, folks, if people push you on this stuff, just really understand, and I think even you would acknowledge that everyone has assumptions. But if you like, this is how Andrew Wilson and these types of like Christian objective morality people do their shit. Is they try to be like, there's some notion of objectively correct and objectively true, and it's like you don't have to grant that. It's kind of like a silly thing if you really don't understand what he's being talking about with like fundamental truths or everything like that. Like you just don't. If you don't understand, you don't understand. You like, I don't understand. That's it, man. But I appreciate your trolls, by which I mean, fuck you, bitch. All right, bye. Sorry, good boy and Razakor. I have to go. It's too late. But that was this is the level that the defenders have to go to defend it, is to question whether definitions are arguments and can you prove the rules of logic and is 2 + 2 = 4. That's, you really have to like morph reality to to find something here. But I love you guys very much. Hey, like the stream. More to come tomorrow. I'll try to do a morning stream anyway. I'll get some 5 hours of sleep for you guys because I love you. Stay cool. You good boy. You can come tomorrow. I dragged you in. You were muted. Sorry, dude. I dragged you in. I did.